Your unwavering support and dedication to this cause is instrumental in driving positive change and fostering a sustainable mining sector in the Great Lakes region. I would like to encourage each and every one of us to participate actively, share your experiences and your contributions to the mining sector. Let us seize the opportunity to build bridges, foster collaboration, and develop strategies that empower artisanal and small-scale miners to thrive in a sustainable and inclusive mining industry. And in all things, may we all never forget that whatever cannot be farmed has to be mined. I thank you all and salute you as we all work towards a change that matters for God and my country. David Sengonzi Cheyune, Country Manager, Uganda, Solidarity and East and Central Africa. Thank you all. And on my own behalf, I welcome you all to very fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. You guys have not yet had breakfast. Once again, we are happy to receive you at this 5th Great Lakes Mining and Energy Transition MKUTANO. And we hope in these 2 days we shall be able to have some meaningful engagements. But most importantly, it's to note the theme, the underlying theme of this year's conference, which essentially is looking at partnerships, okay, I think this is better. So this year's theme is essentially looking at unlocking partnerships, business partnerships, innovations, inclusion, and collective action. Most of you have been part and parcel of this journey that we have walked since 2019. We remember or recall that this conference set off as an ASM conference, mobilizing artisanal and small-scale miners across the country at a very critical time in our journey when ASMs were not recognized by our laws and our policy framework. But we are happy to note that we have since crossed that bridge. But as we enter a new era driven by energy transition, we also recognize the importance of collective action across not only our internal regions in Uganda, but within the East African and Great Lakes region. And this is what has informed the renaming or the rebranding of our conference. You will also realize that from this year's conference, we have brought on board a number of companies, starting with the partners that are collaborating with the ASM, UGASIM, that is Fago Commodities Trading Uganda Pioneer Sustainable Gold Extraction in partnership with UGASIM. We've also brought on board the first tin smelting company in Uganda, that is Woodcross Resources Uganda, which has a first integrated tin mining and refinery company just on your way out of Barra Town on the Cavalry Road. We hope to bring more partners on board, bring more development partners on board, as well as companies. And our dream really is to make sure that mining works for all of us. And this can only happen if every stakeholder is benefiting from what we are mining. But why is this important? The widespread and rapid increase in adoption of low carbon technologies required for the energy transition will not be possible without a ramp up of critical mineral supplies at a pace never seen in our history. That's why the mining sector now is the leading economic sector driving the entire globe. Minerals such as lithium, cobalt, copper, nickel, and rare earth elements are essential inputs in the production of electric vehicles, EVs, renewable energy, power grids, and other clean energy technologies. The uptake of these low carbon technologies would need to skyrocket to meet climate goals, especially given that clean energy solutions are often much more material intensive compared to their conventional counterparts during the constructive phase. Just before this energy revolution came in, we already have increased demand for mineral resources globally. But now with the intensity that we require, I'm sure most of you must have read just yesterday, the Ethiopian government passed a new law banning importation of all fuel engine vehicles in their economy. That's a very big commitment for a country to take. Taking offshore wind as an example, and my brother from Rupa, Moroto, is here. Moroto, in particular, where the chairman comes from, is one of the communities in Uganda that has been discovered to have high-speed wind that can sustain wind technology. Some investors from Sri Lanka came in and installed windmills to collect data, and so far evidence shows that we have quality wind, massive wind in that region that can power wind technology. We also have significant wind around Lake Victoria that is yet to be exploited. As the world shifts towards a low carbon energy landscape, therefore, there will be a rapid increase in demand for minerals critical for these transition technologies. For example, if the world aims to achieve a net zero by 2050, around 60% of the cars sold globally in 2030 must be battery electric vehicles, BEVs. The International Energy Agency also forecasts that the net zero by 2050 scenario estimates to achieve net zero globally, it would require 6 times more mineral inputs already in 2040 than today. Such rapidly escalating demand stands in stark contrast to the length of time it will take to expand supply under current circumstances. Not only can the permitting exploration and asset development phase extend over 1 or 2 decades prior to starting production, but not enough money is being invested today to meet future demand. So, what must we do? We must address critical mineral supply and demand gaps, and that's where you, as miners, become very important. Among the most important risks that we face that need to be addressed is rising new technology prices because of the intensity that is still high, delays to the energy transition and progress on addressing climate change, reduced responsible mining, that is the social risk element needs to be addressed, lack of political will for the energy transition, and rising geopolitical tensions all need to be addressed. Key risk management strategies identified by some international research firms indicate that we need to address ESG standards, that is environmental, social, and governance standards within the mining landscape. We need to leverage alternative financing instruments business in challenging markets, and that's why we have been lobbying institutions, the commercial institutions in Uganda, to really pick interest. And I'm reliably informed that as we speak, even our central bank is looking into stockpiling or addressing the shortages we have by engaging in what we've always advocated for, which would be setting up gold bullion, hedging for the economy. Decreasing the resource intensity of mining activities and increasing supply through innovative solutions and business models along the value chain. So when we talk of collaborations that are looking on how to minimize or eliminate use of mercury in gold extraction, we are elevating technologies, and we hope moving forward we should be able to, through these partnerships and collaborations, to start producing some of these technologies here. I've seen some technologies, mercury-free technologies, being marketed in areas like Ghana, and we need to tap into that. And that's why these collaborations and collective action becomes important. Despite such initiatives, there remains a need for collective effort at a global level to increase awareness, mobilize action, and bring together relevant stakeholders to make critical minerals available in a sustainable and affordable way. There is an urgent imperative to enhance public-private dialogues for collaborative action on essential topics such as supporting investments, mobilization, accelerating innovation, building skills across the value chain, and evaluating gaps in the current ESG standards. Connecting key actors to raise awareness around these themes will contribute to a more comprehensive understanding of the overall landscape and help to expedite meaningful action that accelerates the pace of the energy transition. As the window to a 1.5 degrees Celsius world degree that we desire is rapidly closing, fast-moving collaborations on critical minerals has become an urgent priority. Securing a sustainable and affordable supply of minerals for the energy transition requires meaningful action. So, all the members here, especially my brothers from Ntungamo, those from Karamoja, those from the central region, those from the southern side, those from the eastern side where now we have the Makutu rare earth elements coming through, those from northern Uganda, comfort in areas where we have natural graphite in Orum district, currently being appraised. This is an opportunity for us to engage each other, and we believe that also the boundless nature of these resources should not stop these engagements at only national level. As an organization, we commit to enhancing a platform to build more collaborations, to bring on board partners, and we unlock our business and economic potential as a country, but most importantly, as a region, as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Don. Don is a lawyer. He's also passionate about these matters, but he will have time to add on to that. So, sir, I don't think I've cut you short. Thank you, Joshua, as well, and thanks to our sponsors and partners. We truly appreciate. I'm just going to run you through the program so that you know what to expect. Then we'll go into the official opening if our guests have reached by that time. they haven't, we'll still continue the program. I see more people have joined us. We'll also see how to get to know each other as the program moves along. So that is our program for today. On the screens, we are obviously past a few areas. I'm told the hotel still wants to give us a security briefing. So if the hotel person is here, please come closer to give us a briefing. So we are going to screen a documentary. This is practice. Every time we have a conversation of this kind, we showcase a certain part of Uganda that we think is doing well in terms of mining, because part of our work is to promote the positive side of mining. And today's documentary is called Swimming with the Sharks. I don't know who swam, but we shall see. The delegations that are not in this documentary don't feel bad. You know that every year we keep switching. We have done Northern, we have done Western. So this time we went to a region that we haven't covered, and we'll continue doing that. Then we hope the Minister for the State Minister for Mining should be joining us soon for the official opening. Then we'll have a group photo, and then we'll go for tea break. Come back for the second session, which will be on building successful partnerships with artisanal and small-scale miners. This one is a little bit private sector leaning, because we have seen that one of the approaches that actually works is linking the artisanal mining community to people out in the industry who have the means to support us in ways that maybe we can't support ourselves very quickly. We have some means, but there are others who are proving to have more means than us. So our job is to try and tap into those. So the first presentation, I have a seen Dr. Frank Jenny. Chairman Bosco, you may have to follow that up. This organization, MADI, is piloting some mercury-free initiatives. Then we'll hear from Fago Commodities, who is also having a partnership with UGASM. And then finally, with Cross Resources, that has really open ground in Western Uganda with their new facility there. And we're going to Q&A after that, then lunch. After lunch, we shall be talking about surface rights acquisition and mineral development in Africa, achieving a win-win. Our guest, Thule, will participate in this. She's from Trust Africa, one of our sponsors. We have the chairperson of Rugodet, who is in the midst of ensuring a win-win for his community in terms of surface and mineral rights in Karamoja. Then Emmanuel Chibilige, who is both a miner and an investor. And this session will be moderated by Don, who is probably one of the leading practitioners in surface rights issues, both for the private sector and also for the artisanal mining community and us as civil society. Then we're going to a plenary discussion and close day one. Now, where I come from, they normally encourage that you give kalito so that people don't swallow the head before the beginning. So we'll only look at day one, then as the day progresses, we'll also look at day two. So, is the Okay, so let's just take off 8 minutes for you to learn a bit more about the work. Within the tea break, we can then arrange the official opening. Is that okay? I'm talking to myself. Okay. So I think we have also had a small technical glitch with the sound, but we have improvised. It should be able to work.
One of our major objectives as well as to why this UGASM, or the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, was formed, was to bring us together for a collective voice so that we can advocate for our rights.
UGASM is our mother umbrella body that combines the whole of Uganda. UGASM was created after evictions in Mubende and then also the evictions in Buweju to create one voice. Yeah? And we have been working, of course, we got support from the African Center for Energy and Mineral Policy, and when we went to fight for our rights in the parliament. Yeah? And UGASM was the major petitioner. And then, of course, was working for MUMA and the Buweju District Miners Cooperative Society. And it happened that we got both the licenses. The one of MUMA and even the one in the Buweju was granted in 2020.
We consulted our colleagues, the artisanals and small-scale miners, in all the 5 regions of the country, and we sat down in Kampala with a team of technical people and legal experts and drafted our harmonized position on the Minerals and Mining Bill 2020. Initially, we lacked recognition by government as major stakeholders in the mining sector, but I'm happy to inform the country that to some extent we have been recognized by government. Because after evictions, we learned a lesson, we organized ourselves, we formalized and applied for licenses.
So we've had different partners over the time, especially from the energy world. And one of the most inspiring things that we got was the platform. In 2014, I was given an opportunity to go to Australia and study the community aspects of resource development. The illegal mining kind of work we were doing, it was let me get capital and go do other things. After that 1-month workshop in Australia, I came back determined to become a real miner. And I wanted to become a legal miner with a mine. And we promised ourselves we shall have the most organized mine in East Africa. We are now there. So the platform that I was given by ASEM are very tasked to expose our minds and to think bigger than. Well, we understand the power of togetherness. Yeah? And that's why you're going to find here the landlord speaking the same language with me, the miner. And yet in other operations, you're going to find the meetings would be who is cheating who. Landlord is not compensated, landlord is not doing this and that. So that's one of the things. 2 is the confidence building in us, that you can do it. Yeah, because we have seen in so many other trades, and before we start, when we were starting here, they were telling us, you can never get a license. It's too expensive. So we dropped that fear, we got the licenses.
tukola butaweera nga ffe abamuma ebibiina birimu ebimakinga muma okubanga layisinsi yaffe eno tugikoleramu bulungi kuba bagituwa tetuli mu bimenyi bw'amateeka eri mu mateeka olwedde tetuli bayirigo tugikoleramu era tufuniramu tweyagaliramu abakyala n'abaami ate tegasa fefeka abalombe wabula ne communities ezitulinaanidde nazo ziganyibwa mu layisinsi eno.
Muma ebadde etambula n'abakyala n'abasajja wamu mu leadership tusalawo buli nga ffena tuli wamu decision making ffena tusalirawo wamu abasajja n'abakazi ffena tutambulira wamu ate si bakyala bokka sisobola kwogera ku bakyala bokka even the elderly nabo bali wano bakola abaliko obulema ndowooza mwabalabyeko baliwo bakola the youth ye majority bonna tuli wano tukola community members bonna abali wano tukola nabo.
Kati nze okusinziira nga bwe twajja wano abantu baali batono saawa zino abantu bangi kale mu kyo embeera gye twasanga ku kyalo kino si bwe kiri kikulaakulanye katusuubire nti gavumenti bwenetuwa mining lease myaka 21 tujja kuba ate tusinzeewo nnyo mu bye tusuubira okufuna ssebo.
Omanyi we twali nga twakajja wano twasalawo ne tusala ebintu bisatu twagamba nti wabeere production ne tugamba wansi wali tuteekeko ki golden city eri ne tusalawo nti processing center zo zibeerewa wansi eri era kye twakola.
Processing center yaffe ewadde abantu emirimu bangi nnyo bafunye emirimu kugeza waliwo abaanika omukyanga waliwo abakola ku zimashini wali ku zikrasha ezikuba powder waliwo abaana ababeera ku zedi wali waggulu then ne tuba n'abakyala abakamula golodi so bangi baganyuddwamu waliwo obubizinensi obutono ng'obuduuka bafunye emirimu so eyongeddeko ku kitundu.
Gavumenti yali yakola contract eyokuba nti amasannyalaze gano gayita wano wokka ku main era abamu abo bayogerako n'abamasannyalaze ne babagamba contract yaffe yakomaawo okuggyako nga musobodde mmwe okweteera mu ki sente okwongera okusika amasannyalaze okugatuusa eri waggulu era mukama wange ekyo baakikola era baasika amasannyalaze okuva wano ku kkubo paka Mugalabye nga gali kulinnya mu lusozi waggulu twagala gye bujja tusobole okukozesa ebyuma ng'ebyuma biraningibwa amasannyalaze.
As compared to the past days whenever meetings would go to, they would tag us to so many bad names. Those are thieves, illegal miners, it's organized, they are unregistered, they are so hostile. So they have changed the picture of who we are. And even the government has started listening to us, and they have even come to visit us here, not once, not twice, and hope to receive them even more times.
Nze saala yange gye nsaba gavumenti etuyambe tufune mining lease kubanga ebbanga litumaze mu exploration tetufunye naye nga tulina hope tenkyasobola okuddayo n'entunda kyentunda nga manyi nti with time tujja kufuna so etuba tufunye lease abaana babagumiikiriza nga baliwamu ne Katonda bajja kufuna nengerayo ka green light ahead naye kajja nga tumaze okufuna lease eyo.
What we have here at Kagaba is like a demonstration. Actually wanted to demonstrate to government that if we are organized and well managed, we can be major contributors towards the development in this sector.
Thank you. The sound is still a challenge, but I think you're fixing it, right? So if you fix it, you can play it maybe during lunch break. But I think the point was generally received. Comfort? Who is our youth representative? Okay, so like I said earlier, we are going to adjust the program a little bit. I'm aware that some of you traveled overnight and just came from the park to here, from the bus park to here. So maybe we shouldn't delay the tea any longer. We are privileged to be joined by our chief guest, Harris, who is our minister in charge of minerals. So only one person is acknowledging the presence of our chief guest. A big round of applause. A big round of applause. Honorable, you're welcome. I noticed, as a Karamanjonga, I must say that when I mentioned you, only one lady clapped at the beginning. So I wonder why that is the case, but I'm sure you will tell us. So we have already prayed. We are going to go for tea. We will spend only 30 minutes having tea. And then after that, we'll come back and we just go back to the program as I had given it to you with the official opening ceremony. I would also want to welcome another member of the August House. If you don't mind, I can pass on my microphone and introduce yourself, Honorable.
Is there an AD member of parliament from Uchindiri County, Soro District? Thank you.
You will be happy to note you have some voters here as well. So, can we now break off for tea? Chairman, you make sure the minister is well catered for. Tea is at the back. There are different serving points. Just feel free to go to any. Then you can have the tea here or outside or on the cocktail tables. But let's be back in 30 minutes time so that we can officially resume at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much. Bon appetit. The ones who came from the bus park, why are you?
One of our major objectives as well as to why this UGASM, or the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, was formed was to bring us together for a collective voice so that we can advocate for our rights.
UGASM is our mother umbrella body that combines the whole of Uganda. UGASM was created after evictions in Mubende and then also the evictions in the Buweju to create one voice. Yeah? And we have been working, of course, we got support from the African Center for Energy and Mineral Policy, and when we went to fight for our rights in the parliament, yeah, and UGASM was the major petitioner, and then of course was working for MUMA and the Buweju District Miners Cooperative Society, and it happened that we got both the licenses, the one of MUMA and even the one in the Buweju was granted in 2020.
We consulted our colleagues, the artisanals and small-scale miners, in all the 5 regions of the country, and we sat down in Kampala with a team of technical people and legal experts and drafted our harmonized position on the Minerals and Mining Bill 2020. Initially, we lacked recognition by government as major stakeholders in the mining sector, but I'm happy to inform the country that to some extent we have been recognized by government. Because after evictions, we learned a lesson, we organized ourselves, we formalized it, and applied for licenses.
So we've had different partners over the time, especially from the NGO world. And one of the most inspiring things that we got was the platform. In 2014, I was given an opportunity to go to Australia and study the community aspects of resource development. The illegal mining kind of work we were doing, it was, let me get capital and go do other things. After that 1-month workshop in Australia, I came back determined to become a real miner. and I wanted to become a legal miner with a mine. And we promised ourselves we shall have the most organized mine in East Africa. We are now way there. So the platform that...
Registered, don't register because you'll be duplicating the information. We shouldn't have a line there, so people can go there one by one, you will get registered. It's a quick process, and over the 2 days, all those who are in need of the service will get registered. Thank you.
One of our major objectives as well as to why this UGASM, or the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, was formed, was to bring us together for a collective voice so that we can advocate for our rights.
UGASM is our mother umbrella body that combines the whole of Uganda. UGASM was created after evictions in Mubende and then also the evictions in Buweju to create one voice. Yeah? And we've been working, of course, we got support from the African Center for Energy and Mineral Policy, and when we went to fight for our rights in the parliament. Yeah? And UGASM was the major petitioner. And then, of course, was working for MUMA and the Buweju District Miners Cooperative Society. And it happened that we got both the licenses. The one of MUMA and even the one in the Buweju was granted in 2020.
We consulted our colleagues, the artisanals and small-scale miners, in all the 5 regions of the country, and we sat down in Kampala with a team of technical people and legal experts and drafted our harmonized position on the Minerals and Mining Bill 2020. Initially, we lacked recognition by government as major stakeholders in the mining sector, but I'm happy to inform the country that to some extent we have been recognized by government. Because after evictions, we learned a lesson, we organized ourselves, we formalized it, and applied for licenses.
So we've had different partners over the time, especially from the energy world. And one of the most inspiring things that we got was the platform. In 2014, I was given an opportunity to go to Australia and study the community aspects of resource development. The illegal mining kind of work we were doing, it was, let me get capital and go do other things. After that 1-month workshop in Australia, I came back determined to become a real miner. And I wanted to become a legal miner with a mine. And we promised ourselves we shall have the most organized mine in East Africa. We are now way there. So the platform that I was given by ASEM are very tasked to expose our minds and to think bigger than. Well, we understand the power of togetherness. Yeah? And that's why you're going to find here the landlord speaking the same language with me, the miner. And yet in other operations, you're going to find the meetings would be who is cheating who. Landlord is not compensated, landlord is not doing this and that. So that's one of the things. 2 is the confidence building in us, that you can do it. Yeah, because we have seen in so many other trades, and before we start, when we were starting here, they were telling us, you can never get a license. It's too expensive. So we dropped that fear, we got the licenses.
tukola butaweera nga ffe abamuma ebibiina birimu ebibiri ebimakinga muma okubanga layisinsi yaffe eno tugikoleramu bulungi kuba bagituwa tetuli mu bimenyi bw'amateeka eri mu mateeka olwedde tetuli bayirigo tugikoleramu era tufuniramu tweyagaliramu abakyala n'abaami ate tegasa fefeka abalombe wabula ne communities ezitulinaanidde nazo ziganyibwa mu layisinsi eno.
Muma ebadde etambula n'abakyala n'abasajja wamu mu leadership tusalawo buli nga ffena tuli wamu decision making ffena tusalirawo wamu abasajja n'abakazi ffena tutambulira wamu ate si bakyala bokka sisobola kwogera ku bakyala bokka even the elderly nabo bali wano bakola abaliko obulema ndowooza mwabalabyeko baliwo bakola the youth ye majority bonna tuli wano tukola community members bonna abali wano tukola nabo.
Kati nze okusinziira nga bwe twajja wano abantu baali batono saawa zino abantu bangi kale mu kyo embeera gye twasanga ku kyalo kino si bwe kiri kikulaakulanye katusuubire nti gavumenti bwenetuwa mining lease myaka 21 tujja kuba ate tusinzeewo nnyo mu bye tusuubira okufuna ssebo.
Omanyi we twali nga twakajja wano twasalawo ne tusala ebintu bisatu twagamba nti wabeere production ne tugamba wansi wali tuteekeko ki golden city eri ne tusalawo nti processing center zo zibeerewa wansi eri era kye twakola.
Processing center yaffe ewadde abantu emirimu bangi nnyo bafunye emirimu kugeza waliwo abaanika omukyanga waliwo abakola ku zimashini wali ku zikrasha ezikuba powder waliwo abaana ababeera ku zedi wali waggulu then ne tuba n'abakyala abakamula golodi so bangi baganyuddwamu waliwo obubizinensi obutono ng'obuduuka bafunye emirimu so eyongeddeko ku kitundu.
Gavumenti yali yakola contract ey'okuba nti amasannyalaze gano gayita wano wokka ku main era abamuma abo bayogerako n'abamasannyalaze babagamba contract yaffe yakomaawo kujjako nga musobodde mmwe okweteera mu ki sente okwongera okusika amasannyalaze okugatuusa eri waggulu era mukama wange ekyo baakikola era baasika amasannyalaze okuva wano ku kkubo paka mugalabe nga gali kulinnya mu lusozi waggulu twagala gye bujja tusobole okukozesa ebyuma ng'ebyuma biraningibwa amasannyalaze.
As compared to the past days whenever meetings would go to, they would tag us to so many bad names. Those are thieves, illegal miners, it's organized, they are unregistered, they are so hostile. So they have changed the picture of who we are. And even the government has started listening to us, and they have even come to visit us here, not once, not twice, and hope to receive them even more times.
Nze saala yange gye nsaba gavumenti etuyambe tufune mining lease kubanga ebbanga litumaze mu exploration tetufunye naye nga tulina hope tenkyasobola okuddayo n'entunda kyentunda nga manyi nti with time tujja kufuna so we tuba tufunye lease abaana aba bagumiikiriza nga baliwamu ne Katonda bajja kufuna nengerayo ka green light ahead naye kajja nga tumaze okufuna lease eyo.
What we have here at Kagaba is like a demonstration. Actually wanted to demonstrate to government that if we are organized and well managed, we can be major contributors towards the development in this sector.
See some people have not yet come back. I don't know if they went for a break in town.
Thank you, Chris. I am John Bosco, the National Chairperson of the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners. And before I proceed with my remarks, I would like to request the National Executive Committee members to stand up once again for recognition now that we have the Honorable Prime Minister in the House. Members of the National Executive Committee, we clap for them once again because they are doing a great job in this country. And you can resume your seats. I'm happy to inform you that this morning our chief guest has arrived. And our chief guest is none other than the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, though not with us physically, because she's having some missions in Italy, but she has delegated the very rightful person and friend of ours, the Honorable Minister of State for Mineral Development. Can we give him a hand clap? Welcome, Honorable Minister. Some people have been asking me why we are transcending from our former name, the Ugazim Q Conference. Formerly, we used to call it the Ugazim Q Conference, and it was on an annual basis, and we have had it for quite some years. But during the last conference that we had in one of the hotels in Kampala the other year, we agreed that we wanted to expand the scope of our engagement, because we had started interacting with our neighboring states. We had visited Tanzania, and we had visited their mines and we saw what they were doing. The Kenyans had visited us, and they had seen what we were doing as at that time. And we expected more people in the East African, in the Great Lakes region to come and visit us. And those that visited us expressed an interest in what we were doing, knowing what we were doing, and participating in what we were doing. When we went to Tanzania, we met with the Gerema Association, the Geita Regional Miners Association. They told us what they were doing. We told them what we were doing in Uganda. They picked interest in us and expressed interest to participate in some of the events that we involved in Uganda. And we also told, when they also told us what they are doing, we expressed interest in participating in some of their annual events. And I'm happy to report to you that this year, over 12 members of UGAZI sponsored themselves and went to Geita for the technological show that was organized for a whole week. We're trying to show some technology probably to improve on our mining techniques. Ladies and gentlemen, those that have never been with us, maybe before I proceed, I would like to introduce once again the Kenyan delegation that is with us today. Those from Kenya, stand up for recognition once again. I saw some ladies. Where is the ladies? Where are the ladies? Is the Kenya National Chairperson of the Artisanals and Small Scale Miners. The other time we had a Timothy, but of recent they had elections and he was on the executive but also replaced Timothy. You're most welcome in Uganda. I have not seen the ladies, they were here. I shall be seeing them with time properly. And those of you that have been are with us for the first time, the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small Scale Miners is an umbrella body that brings together artisanals and small scale miners associations across the country. It was formed after the planned evictions by government, because at some point government didn't know what we were doing, and they were asking themselves, what is the relevance of having these people disturbing the investors? So they had planned to chase us away from all our mining sites. But when we approached them and had a lot of dialogue with government, we formed this association for purposes of advocacy. And we are happy that this association has raised the voices of the voiceless from all the mining regions in this country. We have 5 clustered mining regions, one in Karamoja, where our Honorable Minister comes from. And I request the team from Karamoja to stand up so that you can be recognized by your MP and Senator. So, where are the Karamojons? I saw this, the regional chairperson is there. Those from Karamoja, wave to the minister. He's here with us the whole day. And we decided to form these associations and the regions that are doing mining. We have Eastern region, we have Central region, we have Western region, and we have functional regional executive committees, including men and women. Because at UGAZI level, we appreciate gender. Yet we also agreed that we should have and start organizing an annual conference for ourselves, which we have been doing annually. And last year, we increased the scope. Next year, we shall have more participants from the neighboring states. We shall not only have Kenya, we shall have more than 4 countries participating with us. And we also want to put it on another level. We organize a conference, we also exhibit, we also share technology as we advance. We had a National Executive Committee meeting Ugasim recently, 2 weeks ago, and we resolved that we should develop a business arm for Ugasim. And now we are in the process of forming a cooperative union. The miners that are here were informed, and it is our role as the leaders of Ugasim to move to the regions and mobilize our people towards forming a cooperative union. And those that are aware of how cooperative unions are formed, we must begin with cooperative societies. Ladies and gentlemen, we are doing all this for the good of the miners, so that we can have a shining ASM community in Uganda that is doing mining and sustainably. We have also had some engagements with many stakeholders since the last conference that we had in Kampala. We have met with the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum leadership at the Secretariat, and I want you to clap for them in absentia, because for the first time they recognized and accepted us as potential practitioners, to the extent that they invited us to their 12th Mineral Wealth Conference. Over 15 artisanal and small-scale miners participated in the conference, and we are given the opportunity to showcase what we are doing. Can we clap for the Uganda Chamber of Mines? We are also in the process of coming up with a working memorandum of understanding with the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, because we know that we have areas where we can cooperate, much as we are small and they are big, but there are areas where we can cooperate, like areas of research and innovation, like areas of knowledge sharing, like areas of advocacy, because some of the issues that concern us concern them also. And a selected team has been formed to draft the memorandum of understanding and work in progress, and we expect by the time we come back for subsequent meetings or conferences, this will be done and shall be giving you the appropriate reports. One of our challenges has been the National Environmental Management Authority, as ASMs, because all these licenses require that you get a certificate from NEMA, and it has not been very easy to get. And these offices were almost inaccessible. But we organized a meeting with the executive director of NEMA as the leaders of Ugasim, and we had a very fruitful meeting with him, and he promised that he was going to appoint an officer at NEMA offices who is responsible for the issues concerning ASMs. Because the other time you go there and you have no person, you have no focal person to look for. But now we have, and recently he called me and told me that he has appointed one. We are yet to go and share with her our challenges. But I want to promise you that in the subsequent meetings that we shall have, we shall be inviting that focal officer, so that it becomes easier for us to access their services, to access the required documents for us to have mining licenses granted to us. We are very happy about that. And we are also advancing an issue of regulating those consultants that work with NEMA, because they charge different prices. Some charge $10,000 to process for you a certificate, others charge 20, others 25. And these fees are high, too high to be afforded by a small person. And my worry is when we go to the legislation of the building substances, I saw one of the requirements for a small-scale miner or artisanal miner to acquire a license for building substances. One of the requirements is having a national environmental management certificate. I was at one time in Guru, and I saw these women of Guru, the way they are suffering. They're even being fought by foreigners. Foreigners want to take over their businesses and to begin supplying sand. I'm looking at a situation, if we don't take steps, that some of our Ugandans will be eliminated from business by those that can afford to get those tough requirements, like the environmental management authority certificates. We have had the new law passed. We have had the regulations passed. We cannot lament over the law that was passed because we participated in its draft, much as not 100% of our input was absorbed, but at least some percentage was absorbed in the law, and we must try our level best to fit the law, to operate within the law. We must process these licenses and operate within the what? Within the law. However, we saw some challenges in the law, especially on the ban of mercury in mining sites, those sites that mine gold, and we took steps as Uganda. We have innovations that we are undertaking. We have research that we are undertaking with the academia, mainly the State University and Uganda Christian University in Kozi. We are doing research to find an alternative that is not dangerous to human beings, that is affordable, that is effective, and that can be used sustainably in the mining areas. We have went ahead to form partnerships with potential business practitioners that have mined for over the last 30 years, and this is how we identified Fago Commodities as one of the potential practitioners that can help us provide, supply affordable, effective, cheap, and realistic mining technologies that don't use mercury. We have already signed a memorandum of understanding with the Fago Commodities to provide all our ASMs with these technologies, and we shall be organizing an National Executive Committee meeting soon when the Fago Executive Director returns in Uganda, so that we can discuss with the National Executive Committees what Fago has for us. I'd like to assure the government of Uganda that as Uganda, we are committed to mining without using mercury, and we're taking steps already. But also ask the government of Uganda to join us in the struggle. We appreciate the Fago team that has accepted to provide alternative mercury-free processing equipment to all the ASMs in this country. And we shall be moving region by region as we disseminate these technologies. They have also agreed with us that together they shall develop with us a model mine and give us model equipment that can be transferred from region to region, and make sure that during the existence of our partnerships, the mining is improved in Uganda, the processing and everything, and even marketing. I think we shall go as far as that with time. I would like to take this opportunity once again to welcome you all to this annual Great Lakes MKUTANO. We should be calling it the first MKUTANO because the others were conferences. I don't know whether that one will work for us. The MKUTANO is the first one. The others were UGASM conferences. But we are now transcending to the MKUTANO because we want to put on board other East African countries with whom we share the same challenges. I would like to appreciate the presence of the honorable members of Parliament and thank you from the bottom of my heart for having passed the minerals and mining law. We are very grateful. I think we clap for the members of Parliament. Because we know it is your role to legislate and provide a legal framework that favors Ugandans to do their business for personal development and also national development. We appreciate. Finally, I request you to give an applause to the Honorable Minister, who has always been with us, who has always supported us, who has always talked on our behalf, who has always presented the challenges to Cabinet and to His Excellency the President about the challenges of the ASMs, and is really a friend. Let's give him another applause. And lastly, let's humble ourselves and pray for our fallen colleague, Engineer Joseph Okedi, who passed away yesterday. Of one of the honorable ministers from Kasanda district, where we were also documented on the mining activities taking place in your district, honorable MP. We have shared with people across the country the activities that are taking place in Kasanda, including our honorable Minister of State for Mineral Development. Thank you for coming and stand up for recognition. With those few remarks, I'd like to end my remarks with wishing you the very best for these 2 days that we're going to spend together. Therefore, let me take the pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister of State for Mineral Development, who is also the Honorable Prime Minister today of the Republic of Uganda, to come and officially open this Great Lakes MKUTANO. You are most welcome, Honorable.
The chairman of the Association of Miners, honorable members of Parliament, all executives of the industry, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be with you this morning to attend this MKUTANO. Because the MKUTANO is a Swahili word. In fact, it says meeting. So when you are here, you are in a MKUTANO, which is a meeting. Very good indeed, because it unifies the East African region, which is indeed very nice. In a sudden note, I wish to inform you that we have lost a geologist, the son of Africana, Uganda, in the sense of Joseph Okedi. You don't see my technical team here. Everybody is grieving, and they are preparing the body to be taken over by which will be done tomorrow morning. So when they are not here, don't say when they are not here, their family is crying. But all the same, we continue with the activities. But when you are crying, you eat pie. Probably that's why we are not here. The importance of this association and gatherings is to harmonize the way we work, to produce products for the industry, share required all over the world. Some time back, before we organized our laws, we were calling our activities illegal, and therefore you were also mining illegally. But we found that this type of work is done by the people of Uganda, and the gold and everything else is in their soil. We have to continue calling these people illegal, or we legalize it. We found that it must be legalized because this activity involves many people, engages many people of our people. Now, how can we just stop our people from producing what fits them? Get the money which educates their children, buy their necessities, and so on. And we said, let us put this in our legislation. And of course, we share the arrival to this decision with you. And we say, let's organize ourselves because of this importance of this activity. Many people involved, if you look at them, there are very many. It involves our own people, the indigenous communities, whom you cannot expel from their own soil, under which these crops and these products hibernate. They must be there. So we said, okay, this is what we must do. And also, the miners, my small-scale miners and artisans, produce these things easily, using every type of equipment that they have. So you find what you require is available. It gives them money, all right, because you cannot employ everybody the normal works that we have. Even what we have is not sufficient for the people already we are training, even in schools. But many are not employed, but those who are employed here must leave them, but organize them. And that's why we said in the law that register yourselves and form association circles, so that when anybody comes to you, recognizes you as a legal entity in that area that you stay. So now that you have recognized that you are already legalized, it is better than we follow what is stipulated in the laws. If there is anything lacking, we can amend it officially. And we must strengthen this. You see, this type of activities are not even friendly environmentally. We must get these things sustainable so that the environment is preserved for our survival as we get these commodities. If you find there are difficulties, as was expressed by the chairman, what we need to sit down. Them. Of course, even with us, when you find you are being inconvenienced by one expert or the other or the minister, you rise up and say, what is all this? Well, it does to some people. not for decoration, to post that I'm a big part of our work. Those should not be there. We are there to assist each other. We are there to work harmoniously to solve our problems. I know with this activity, many things are involved. First, when you are going, surely you destroy the environment. But you must be guided on how to do what you want to do. Do it in most careful manner, very cautiously, and then if you finish one area of interest, you have just to walk away or do something. The law says you recover the environment. You don't leave the walls gaping like that. They are even dangerous to you and to others. So what you do after doing your job very well, cover the area so that you use it for other productive activities. You move like that. Of course, we use substances. As you did say, you are going to change it from the use of mercury to other friendly substances. That's correct. Because if you are using mercury, and then it reduces your livelihood in another way. Because if you drink the water, mercury as a human being, it also injures you. If your animals drink that water, they might even die, they are poisoned. So as you are getting this and you neglect this one, you can be poisoned. What the use of dying when the goal is lying there, you have not solved it. It's better you say, no, as I do this, we do this. There are innovations which we should be looking at. You have been advocating for the use of cyanide. If cyanide you can get it, it will be very good. But use in a friendly manner to get to extract what is useful from the soil. That is good. I've heard the chairman saying there are also other equipment that can be used, which are more friendly. Then if that's the case, go for them. There is no problem. But what is important, have your licenses so that they demarcate where you are. When those who are going to use bigger equipment come, they must know this place is occupied. This place is occupied. Even if yours is smaller, then they go to the others. They leave you continue, not to say you stop. There is a way of seeing some mines, like that one in Kwisia. The other big miners have gone down very far. They have not told the people who are scratching on top to go away. They have the license, all right, they say, but since you can go away a few feet down, and we are there, about not only a kilometer, 4 kilometers deep. We may not be able to reach there. You go there. Then those ones who have said if you are getting, you must process this here. They are building, they are smelters, everything else before they can take anything out. Of course, for them they have their money. For us, we cannot do those things at this stage, and you are not selling until you finish. You will not get anything. So surely this industry is very, very good. It must be promoted and must all be accepting to work together. And for us, we want to see a prosperous society. Get your money and you reinvest in other activities as well. I'm told some, every evening you get because of God, you get the bond you sell and you sleep in the bar. How can you be getting your money for a password? Should be getting the money to do something else, rent a house, so that when this one is finished, some shop, something else, so that you are tapping from different areas. It is just a source to build it. And I'm very happy that you are really getting organized with this kind of discussions. This is very good. You pollinate each other. If this one idea this way, you share ideas, and in the future you get the best way of doing your own business in tandem with the existing laws for our own sake, all of us. So everything must be done. This one is done, the other one must be observed. The other one, that's what they call sustainable development, and that's how we have to move. In the future, we won't even to get, it is in the law, buying centers. You build a buying center somewhere. Of course, your buying center is there. There are also a supermarket near. So that when you have already done your selling, you are free to move around. And that's what we are trying to do. And we want to attach in the future the collection of assessment of royalties to a particular mine. The locality where it comes from, not to wait. Then we capture them when they have reached the factories. No, how can we tie it with where it came from? That's what we want to say, so that those people also get what is there according to law. This is what we are saying, it should be done. So, there are many things we are doing again in regard to that. There are people who are complaining about them. There are people who say it should be there. This will be put right as we move along. So that nobody is cheated. Everything is harmoniously done. And we continue. So progress continues. Both sides. So to me, as the one who shepherded your law in the parliament and in cabinet, with my colleague Naka, we were saying this is how we must do these things. And I applaud the technical team with your guidance, which developed the laws which were to present to convince the country that this is how to go about it. These members of parliament participated seriously. This man of God, all the time was shouting around there, where is the other bearded white man? Where is he? The one was sitting there. He has dashed away. Okay, no problem. Otherwise, they really did a good job. You are really encouraged to move on. We're very proud of you. Call us when you think we should be with you to advise each other so that we go harmoniously. We must be very, very proud about this. If you are not even working, that thing will just lie there. But because we have discovered it and we move together, we must be encouraged to move together. And you will help the nation through other taxes. The nation will prosper as well. So with these words, I am very sure you are anxious to talk, and therefore I should allow you. I should allow you to talk, because I think the chairman they have talked. I think he's laughing to come and talk again. You will have to wait. You wait for others as well. So with these words, fellow brethren, this is MKUTANO. Open. Thank you very much.
Minister. So we are going straight into a photo moment to capture this moment for those who are not here. So, Chairman Bosco, can you continue to the photo moment? You lead the minister. I don't know how these people want us organized, and it's. Can we all fit? We shall all fit? Yes. Okay. Can we join the minister for this photo? It's for everybody because right now, after he has opened the meeting, we are all equals. Maybe let the chairman take us through that. Just hold on a second.
Yes, I'm requesting that we get the National Executive Committee members first with the minister, then we can have the rest of us with the minister, and later we shall have the minister with the development partners that give support to you guys. Thank you very much.
I'm not corrected that there are levels to this thing, but each of us will get an opportunity. Someone had already told me, hey, when I see the minister on TV, he looks very tall, but in real life he's also taller. Today this hotel doesn't have any DJ. If he's there, then maybe he has lost his CDs. So when we're in these breaks, you can just sing along, you just hum to yourself a song, since the hotel doesn't have music. Well, I saw it in the quotation. So I'm speaking to the owner of the money. I know she has had issues where the music has disappeared. The next one is the general one. No? No, we stay there. We stay here. Now let anyone who can just come and we squeeze here and we make it a big, smiley, large photo. The guy is from Isidro and don't fear the minister. Don't fear. He's a very good man. Maybe we could have put some other chairs for the MPs. Who was all? Let's add some. Who can help me with that? Just us. Let's add 3 chairs here. Add 3 chairs for the MPs. Hold on, there are some who are still here to join us. Let's add some chairs here. Government partners and sponsors, you can also stay. But I'm looking for my ED. Hey, sir. Yes, Bethune. Joshua. Fabo. Okay, thank you.
Chief guest has other issues of national importance to attend to, and he has requested that we allow him to move, but he'll be with us with whatever we shall have discussed, because he expects a report from us after this MKUTANO. Another applause for the minister as he moves out. I give the opportunity to the National Executive Committee members to see off our chief guest. Please.
Sophie. Okay, maybe we can take a few minutes to relax, say hi to our neighbor as we wait for the UGAZM leaders to come back from seeing off the minister. 5 minutes. Okay, welcome back. So our next discussion is on building successful partnerships with artisanal and small-scale miners. Like I said from the start, we have always felt we shouldn't be artisanal forever. We need to keep progressing to a point where we are at a level that is at least above artisanal and small scale. And one approach that UGASM has deliberately taken on by the owners is partnering with people who have resources, networks, and connections to help them reach the next level. So the next presentation is coming from Fago Commodities. Fago Commodities are into promoting mercury-free technologies, but the MD who was meant to be here lost his mom, I think over the weekend, and he had to travel back to Italy. But we have decided that Emmanuel Chivirike, maybe you could just share with members what your partnership is about, which was a mutia, and what are you going to get out of it, and what can we copy and paste from that partnership. So for today, Emmanuel Chivirike asazeo mu Italy, so you come walking like an Italian, because I speak the English, yeah.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'm going to manage meeting again. And the General Secretary of the Minor Assembly, and the National Coordinator of the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small Scale Miners. Incidentally, this morning, Chris called me a miner and an investor, and I took it in Jesus' name. So today I'm speaking in the capacity of an investor called Fago Commodities. When we started this journey, 2014, the Honorable Minister who has been here told us when we went to his office that this kind of news we hear about ASM is being everywhere with no reason, you do anything that you want, must stop. You must get back to be registered, must get authority to do whatever you do under the laws of Uganda. Over the last 8 years, we have done. Now in so doing, we are moving in steps. First of all, we wanted to be informed. Where are you? So by being informed, the registration of associations came into play. So when you register in an association, you associate with people and you know. And then location, where do you stay? So in mining, a location means a license. You are registered and also registered on the land where you're getting your commodities or your minerals. So we since 2017, I think, after the eviction of Mubende, many groups, associations have been registered and have applied for licenses successfully. We have so many in Mubende. We have about 7 groups of artisans with licenses. We have in the Eastern region about 8 of them. In Western region, we have the Great Cohesion Cooperative Society with about 35 square kilometers of miners. So if you want to break it into small groups, there are quite a number of licenses that can be got from that place. We have also other minerals, for example, tin, wolfram, people are there mining and they have licenses. Now after that, getting licenses, our business was isolated. The government of Uganda, the Parliament of Uganda, does not talk about mining, and there is no facility specifically that targets our members. All the programs, including the programs of government of NRM, the new gas, we are not in. This one they promote today is the PDM, we are not there. All activities, all programs of government, since I started mining, no miner can benefit from them, as if we don't vote. We don't know why, but we have a very strong organization, and we plan to see how we can start participating and influencing the politics so that people can start thinking about us. But now not going there so much, it's also very dangerous to go there. We are looking for partners who have money that can partner with us to promote technology. You are aware that last year, the other year, the Mining Act was amended, and there is a new Mining Act 2022, which bans the use of mercury. And of course, we have had our open partners, civil society organizations. Since then, we are talking about the dangers of what mercury use. Now, one of the dangers, the biggest danger of mercury, when it's not around, is hunger. The technologies we have in Uganda today, with no alternative for mercury, no people, there will be no people that remain in the business of gold unless there is deliberate effort and investment in promoting new technologies that are cost-friendly, that are available and effective. The alternatives that have been promoted before, or tried them, they are not economically viable. You cannot have a sack of, for example, a sack of ore that has 1 gram of gold. Today's currency should be about 195,000 shillings. And what you're going to use to extract that gold costs 300,000. Doesn't make any what? Any sense. The past few years we are partnering with universities to make research, including Makerere, Abusitema University, UMU, we have failed. Now, giving you that background, I'm telling you why. As you guys, we are making a very deliberate effort to start partnering with companies across the world that can promote technologies that are cost-friendly, first of all, that they are affordable, available, that can be availed to our miners across the country. So last year, we partnered with Fago Commodities, Limited. It's an Italian company, but it has also opened and established in Uganda officially. So we're going to try 2 technologies. One, a technology for leaching. That's at a medium scale level. Those who mine gold, you understand what I mean. Leaching of wastes and leaching of tailings that do not have chemicals that are very hazardous to the environment. 2, a technology that can help a person with the smallest amount of ore, for example, 1 basin of ore, to extract gold in the shortest time possible. And we are going to start a test run. We are going to do a pilot project and see how this can help our miners across the country. For those who today I'm talking about now gold. We haven't looked at things like wolfram, things like tin and the rest. There are other companies that also come on board, add value to such commodities. So Fago is here to pilot these projects. And by the way, as long as when you choose that you want to work with us, we choose action. Because the miners, even as we talk right now, more than 20,000 miners are underground in the areas of Kasai. They are about 400 feet underground. You go with your cars, you pass them. But when I say, you pass in those roads, underground, they are mines. If you're going to Dubai, for those from Samanos, if you're going to Dubai, pass Lukagaba, that area, the places are mined underground. And you cannot chase them out from there. Because that's a livelihood activity. Before you talk about environment, you must first talk about food. Why have food? So, Fago is here to make sure that all the problems that the government has put to us, especially when they chase their money, we can deal with them one by one. Am I right? So, that's the investor body folks. So, we try to, this is a network, this is an event where we network. So when Fago is here, we have mines that are run by different organizations. oversees the partnerships. But the work is done, for example, if Funko is going to go to Busia, we'll go to Busia and partner with ARTISANAL or Busia United to promote these technologies. Orgasm witnesses such arrangements. So then we start looking at these people, how are they working, how are they progressing? Because what we are going into has financial benefit. Yeah, there are financial implications. If you get a trade agreement, what happens? One of the two can lose out. Understand? Any questions? Thank you very much.
We shall have a plenary where issues will be raised and responded to. But now I request Chris to take us forward with the program. Chris. One of our major objectives as well as to why this UGASM, or the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, was formed, was to bring us together for a collective voice so that we can advocate for our rights.
UGASM is our mother umbrella body that combines the whole of Uganda. UGASM was created after evictions in Mubende and then also the evictions in Buweju to create one voice. Yeah? And we've been working, of course, we got support from the African Center for Energy and Mineral Policy, and when we went to fight for our rights in the parliament. Yeah? And
one of our major objectives as well as to why this UGASM, or the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, was formed, was to bring us together for a collective voice so that we can advocate for our rights.
UGASM is our mother umbrella body that combines the whole of Uganda. UGASM was created after evictions in Mubende.
One of our major objectives as well as to why this UGASM, or the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, was formed, was to bring us together for a collective voice so that we can advocate for our rights.
UGASM is our mother umbrella body that combines the whole of Uganda. UGASM was created after evictions in Mubende and then also the evictions in Buweju to create one voice. Yeah? And we've been working, of course, we got support from the African Center for Energy and Mineral Policy, and when we went to fight for our rights in Parliament. Yeah, and Ugasm was the major petitioner, and then of course was working for MUMA and the Buweju District Miners Cooperative Society, and it happened that we got both the licenses, the one of MUMA and even the one in Buweju was granted in 2020.
We consulted our colleagues, the artisanals and small-scale miners, in all the 5 regions of the country, and that one of our major objectives as well as to why this UGASM, or the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, was formed, was to bring us together for a collective voice so that we can advocate for our rights.
UGASM is our mother umbrella body that combines the whole of Uganda. UGASM was created after evictions in Mubende and then also the evictions in the Buweju to create one voice. Yeah. And we've been working, of course, we got support from the African Center for Energy and Mineral Policy, and when we went to fight for our rights in the Parliament, yeah, and
one of our major objectives as well as to why this UGASM, or the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, was formed, was to bring us together for a collective voice so that we can advocate on the minerals and
the illegal mining kind of work we were doing, it was let me get capital and go do other things. After that,
one of our major objectives as well as to why this UGASM, or the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, was formed, was to bring us together for a collective voice so that we can advocate for our rights.
UGASM is our mother umbrella body.
Okay, so like we normally do, we also use these events to collect ideas and information from the different areas. So I would like to hear from you regarding whatever partnerships you have with the private sector, with local government, with investors in your areas, and how either your colleagues or the rest of us can learn from such partnerships. I think you've heard from Emmanuel Chibirike on what they are doing, and they're already seeing some tangible benefits, and I think 2024 they'll be pushing that forward. So can I have whoever has an experience to share for the benefit of the rest of us? You can just raise your hand and the microphone will find you. I already know what some of you are doing, so if I don't get hands, I'll come to you. Stuart, are you sure you have nothing to say on this matter? Someone to move the microphone. James? And then we shall end with the table of the MPs. Start with Stuart.
Thank you, Chris, for the platform again. I'm Stuart Kidenga. I'm from northern Uganda. That comprises of many districts. And we have an association that is working with the fellow miners in the region. We have actually done very well to partner and follow and work with the local government to effect formalization. Of course, when we came on board 4 years ago, we had to reach places that were not even aware of the value of registration. Very well with our colleagues to see that they have a structure of leadership. And our region is entirely stone quarry. We don't know much about gold mining. Not that we can't mine gold. It is because our region is favored by only, is actually endowed by majorly stones. So in partnership, we are close working with the government and as per the requirements of the government to get formalized and to see that what we are doing is in line to what is required by the government. We have foreign investors in our place, which they are really fighting us, but also with the help of the local government, they have not left us out. They are also in control of their operations, much as we have failed also to win them, because for them they are advanced and they are using highly mechanized means of quarrying. So that is the little
The biggest number of the groups to formalize the electoral. We also partnered with UNDP, and UNDP gave us a grant. This has been one of our biggest success stories, and I am very happy that Hope is in the house. We partnered with UNDP. They gave us funding to train miners on occupational health and safety. They gave us money to buy equipment like the sledgehammers. We also bought water pumps and safety gears. And the biggest was the cash grant that we requested for. It was 6 million. Small as it may sound, it wasn't for the whole region, but for one mine site. This grant has become our biggest success story because this money in the last 2 years has grown to a tune of 19 million shillings. A little bit relieved women from borrowing from microfinances that charge very high interest rates. For me, I have seen this work, and just this morning I was telling Hope, my friend, you're here, I think we need more money if you have. And she was telling us, go get environmental impact assessment reports, which they are telling us in the law that needs 20 million shillings. So it's been a good partnership, and I think this is one that we can borrow and other mine sites can come and learn from us. Thank you.
I hope you can bring the microphone on this side, then we'll, not hope, sorry, comfort. Then we'll go backwards. In no particular order.
Thank you very much. My name is Patrick Nsamba Oshabe. I come from Kasanda. And I see the people who mine from the mines of Kasanda here. I greet you all. Thank you for attending this meeting. I want to begin by congratulating you, JB, and your team. I think you've moved very far. I first learned about these artisanal miners during the campaigns of 2016. The president was visiting and had a rally in Kamsenene, and that's when I first saw a group of people coming to say, we are artisanal miners. Somehow I think in a place called Irugongwe. It's not in my constituency, but I'll never forget that. The artisanal miners built a city which was almost bigger than Kampala. People cannot believe me, but they did it within a span of about 2 years. For us in Kasanda, our biggest benefit was the market. Our meat went high, our cassava went high, the prices, our maize, we were also enjoying the secondary benefits of the city that had come to Bugongwe. But on a sad note, one day, all that was erased by government. I saw people cry with a lot of pain, with the investment they made, and I'll never forget that in my life. That government can wake up in one day to destroy people's livelihoods without a recourse, without thinking about how these people are going to live again. People cried for help and they received no help. People ran everywhere and there was no help. That time I was in NRM. I hated this government with all my heart. I said, how can people be there and they are so heartless? Over 60,000 people living in one community. 60 or 20, because there were about 60,000 or 100,000. We all depended on that gold mine, that market. But within one day it was erased. Now I started following why this was done. And I just discovered that a few individuals in this country thought the artisanal miners are earning more, or they are getting a lot of gold from what they would have got. So they wanted them out of the market. I met the JBs of this world and the SADs and the rest of you during that time of trying to look for help. And I remember very well 2018, 2019, I stood with you in all thick and thin. And I supported you. I am very proud today they are not calling you illegal miners, because that's the statement the government had coined. I remember single-handedly telling them, these people are not illegal miners, they are artisanal miners. We needed you to be called artisanal miners instead of illegal miners. I had so many challenges with the minister who was there then, this localist man, trying to convince him that these are Ugandans. They can't be illegal miners. We want them to be called artisanal miners. I am happy when the minister is here starting, maybe not starting, but I am happy the government, when we changed the law, eventually accepted, and now there is a new status of artisanal miners. And I want to congratulate you for that. The men and women who stood and are fighting for this sector, I want to congratulate you. You're doing a very good job, by the way. Many people may not understand you, but tomorrow or the other day, some people will wake up when this sector is thriving, and the livelihoods that you're talking about, probably government will prioritize it, but with effort. The same way you moved, because the people for us, we lost the bigger market, but at least the artisanal miners are there. Okay? Now, kindly, I want to ask you, when it comes to livelihood, you have to fight fight is not by picking weapons, by always stressing your issues to be heard by any forum in the government, by all the decision makers. So use this forum. I wish I could be with you the entire day, even tomorrow, but I can't because of so many commitments. But use this platform to ensure that you push more for what you want. It is you who pushed us to change the law. It is artisanal miners it is because of the artisanal miners that we changed the law and we amended it to include some of the aspects. And I want to thank you for the contribution you made, you as artisanal miners. I want to pledge that anything to do with the mining, the problem these people forget. I came here when JB doesn't remember me. He was here talking, but he couldn't remember that is Patrick Insana. That's the problem. Never forget the partners, the people you fight with. I am not a gold miner. I'm not interested in becoming a gold miner. But I am interested in seeing artisanal miners be in this country and be happy. And that's I'm a legislator. Anything to do with the parliament. My brother here said that parliament has not helped you. Parliament is there to help you. And we are there to stand by you. And we shall support you. Your job is to push and tell us this is what and how you want us to support you. Please kindly come. We are there, your friends. Maybe tomorrow will be, because in parliament I can chase you out any day. But as long as we are there, kindly use us. Matters to do with artisanal miners, we will support you. And we have been supporting, and you know that. And the parliament, I have never seen a member of parliament who stands against artisanal miners. All of them, in unison, unless something we have not understood it. Now, if you want to be included in any government program, please craft it well. We are there to talk for you. We are members of parliament and we are paid to talk. Our job is grab a microphone and talk and tell government to do things. And we do that very well. So I want to encourage you, anytime, any day. I have continued receiving other people here and there, but they come on issues. Tomorrow they backtrack on them. We are there. Honorable Michael Chabikola should be here. And all other members of parliament who come from those, it should be part of your team. You should always work with us. And I want to encourage you always. I'm surprised that I was told about this meeting today at 10. Then I said, now surely, JP should have told me about mining at this time. You can do better than that, my brother. Because we are your partners. We can't go deep down in doing the mining. But when you need us in terms of legislation, in terms of policy, we are there to add a voice for you because we want you to thrive. I went to Tanzania and artisanal mining is thriving in Tanzania and the market is well organized. There is a lot to do in organizing the gold market here. There is a lot to do in organizing other minerals in this country. And who is there to do that? You think for us we sit there and we think about you very much? For us we think about our positions and how we come back in the next election. That's what preoccupies me. Until you come and tell me that, you know, Honorable Sam, I am squeezed here. This is when I can think about you. So kindly always come to us wherever there is an issue. If you want to talk to government, always it's okay to talk to government. But until government, somebody shouts at government. And that's our job we do. We shout at government. This is when government will know that say, these people are what? Are serious. Otherwise, you can knock on the government's door every day and they never hear you until you organize yourself seriously to people to see that you're a serious force. I like that attribute you've introduced in artisanal mining. This is a livelihood. People are living here. Government should support the people who are living and making a livelihood through artisanal mining. That implies they should be thinking about the same way the farmers are thought about. As we think about coffee farmers, let us also think about artisanal miners. But who is there to speak for you? It is you, to inform legislators, to understand, and we speak for you where we have the forum. For example, those on budget can think about you, those on different natural resources committee, and those in different forums. You must identify the members of parliament to work with. The chairperson of natural resources should have been here, and you should have spoken to him to ensure that he's here. Because once he understands that you're working onto something, he will go and push in the committee. Once he pushes in we can also advise here and there. For us who are members representing those places where you do mining, that is incumbent on us. But then you may find the chairperson knows nothing about mining. He's not coming from a mining area. It's incumbent on you to educate him, to show him what you need to be done. And that what you need to be done, we promise that we will do it. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, my name is Alakesha Balmoy, I'm a woman member of parliament for Blue District. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the miners for the good work you're doing amidst all odds. In northern Uganda and Acholi region in particular, we mine ours is quarry works. And I'm very happy to announce that most of these quarry centers or sites are being occupied by women. And I would like to thank the women so much. Because these very women, if you're a woman here, clap for the women, please. And the men also clap for the women, please. Thank you very much. These are the people, the ladies who put food on the table, they send their children to school through this very hard work at the sites. Mine is about safety and health. In most cases, you'll agree with me that when you visit most of these sites, the working conditions are very, very harsh, they're very, very terrible. And to the extent that there are even no toilets. These people just do panyas and to the bush and finish what they have to finish from there. So I would implore that we think about the safety, especially the welfare, especially at other places of work, so that they have clean source of drinking water, they have a toilet, at least they have first aid kits at those places, because I know of people who have lost their eyesight or their eyes because of the poor working environment and the tools that they use. Sometimes they're not even mindful because they feel that the little money that they're earning out of the quarry works, they need to take it back to their families. So even though I would like to implore that they are more educated on what to wear when they're at work. In our cultural settings, most cultures, women don't wear trousers. They find it, especially in the rural areas. But I would like us to encourage these women to wear trousers because that is much safer when they're at other places of work. They should wear gloves and also be mindful of their eyes when they're doing this work so that we don't get more, injuries out of that. Then, I don't want to speak a lot because everyone wants to speak. Another one is on child labor. When you go to these quarry works, most of the children, most of the people who are doing the donkey work are children. 5 years, 10 years, you can name it. And it bleeds my heart each time I pass through and see these children laboring so hard. So if we could really ensure that these children keep away from the quarry works, because that's already child labor, which is punishable by law. It's unacceptable, because these are children who are underage. We expect them to be at school, but their parents prefer to take them to the quarry works or to the gold mining centers to, you know, mine these golds in order for them also to benefit from it. I agree the children have to work, but especially during working hours, school period, the children should be at school, the parents should work and provide for the children. And as I conclude, these people work so hard, they work extremely hard, but they feed very poorly. You will agree with me, we all need a balanced diet in order for us to, you know, be able to have our immunity to fight sicknesses that attack us. These are people who work so hard because they want to, you know, the little that they get, take it back to their families, because ideally the family responsibility is on the women, most especially. So they don't feed well. You find that when they depend on funny eats or snacks like chapatis, fried cassava, and all these. So if they can also feed themselves, nurture themselves well, so that they're able to work, because their work is more manual, because they do not have the machineries that it takes for them to perform their work. And also if we can regulate the market price for them so that they get something reasonable at the end of the day. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I think Honorable Shawe should allow our chairperson to come back. My name is Josephine Kamatenet, woman member of Parliament in Tungamo District, where we have so many minerals. And I've seen a delegation of people from Tungamo. It is a serious number. They are seated there. Kindly stand up and wave. From gold, from tin, from so many minerals that we have in this country, even the licenses that I said you. So I think it is you, through this association, to push government to lobby and deal with the relevant ministry, which I think is Ministry of Energy, such that they put you in the budget. Because it really, we feel so small when we hear you're getting grant from UNDP. 6 million, that is too little money. Yet government is giving out a lot of money to other people who are interested in value addition. So it is through this association, I believe your chairperson can work with forums in Parliament, because after all the money is appropriated in the Parliament of Uganda. Work with us, identify a few people to work with, identify people who have succeeded in lobbying this money, especially the coffee people, the consortium of coffee. They are getting money, they are importing machines to come and process coffee from here. You can do the same. You form regional refineries and government supports you. You import machines without paying taxes. This is how you're going to migrate from artisanal and you become serious miners. Artisanal, it is something that is it is a bit too local, and which I think you should improve. you should move from that level of being just artisanal miners, and you have your own refineries. Why should we have foreigners to come and enjoy all our taxes here? They even give us they buy our minerals at cheap prices. So let's try and think about that. Secondly, think about advising government. Recently I was in Rwanda where they mine iron ore. It is transported from Rwanda up to Tembo, which I think is in Iganga. You can imagine the weight is so heavy. All the road bridges from Kabare, Rwanda to Iganga, these bridges, we've built them using loans. And because of that weight that is put on them, they even collapse before we finish paying the loans. Look at Ginger Bridge. Look at the bridges from Kabare up to that side. Why not build a refinery in Kabare and you process your iron ore from there? Why transport marble from Tororo to come and process it from Kampala? Do a refinery that side, give people jobs, then the local governments can also benefit, and we also benefit by reducing costs and the wastage and the impact on our roads and the bridges, because when they are processed, at least the weight reduces. So it is upon you to advise government, also push government to give you money, and you do what you're supposed to do as far as value addition is concerned. Another one is about health, education, and your income. Minister talked about investment. Where I was born in an area where they mine stones. But people who are doing that work, they are still doing it. Some have died without even building a reasonable house. Why? Because they get money as they put in the stomach. Try to invest. Don't. It's going to help you in the future when you don't have the energy to go and mine. About health, in such mining areas, people usually get diseases. So even when you have a foreign company or you have your own company, make sure you add value to your village. Make sure you put up health centers or support existing health centers where you can always rush to and treat yourself, or you get treatment in case of anything. Education. I have so many mining centers in my area. There is one I visited recently called Kampala. You find children are there, and it is during school time. So these your nationals and these are your children. These are people you're going to stay with. They are relatives. Make sure you encourage people around that place not to use children in these mines. And you're the people using them because you're miners. Yes, they give cheap labor, but it is going to be expensive for you tomorrow, as a country, as a region, as an area, and even you as parents. So try your best, but all I believe the way you can turn around this association is to push government and put in the budget, you import necessary machines, you give people money to go and buy minerals from those who will be selling also, such that we build ourselves, we have our own refineries, we don't need to depend on foreigners. Otherwise, we are there for you. We helped people of coffee, we've helped people of other things who are looking for government funding. Approach members of parliament who are interested, approach the forums responsible for such things. We shall work with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is Kizera Edi. I come from Chimbiri County, Kisoro District. I want you to hear me very, very well. Because first of all, I don't know why you want me here. So, what is it that you want that you have failed to get as members? And and you want members of parliament to carry to the parliament. By the end of this meeting, who was the organizers? Hello? You should be having a rapporteur to write what you want members of parliament to take. That's very, very, very important. Meaning that I would wish to thank the organizers for inviting us. Secondly, for you to be organized and have one voice. So having one voice as miners or artisanal miners is very, very, very important, from Chisoro to Karamoja to Arua and Tororo. Such that if you have one voice, the government must listen to you. That's very important. Secondly, are you all miners? Because the understanding of mining is when you do wrong categorization of minerals, you find that even those people who are in the maram, those in the building stones, those in the sand, they call themselves miners. Are you a miner? No. You should get the qualification of the word mineral. Mineral is the raw material that you process for another finished product. But in the event that the government has now deceived you, to put you in the net and say maram and the building stones are a mineral, then you are going to be in the tax bracket. Are you getting my point? So you have to understand, are you a miner? And what is artisanal? Artisanal was a political word. What does it mean? Artisanal means that you are, if you are farming, you would be a peasant farmer. But now artisanal, you are a peasant miner. That's how you should be. So what should a peasant miner do? Mining is not a non-state business. Mining is not civil society. Mining is a business, and a big business, because it requires big investment. And now that it requires big investment, you are an artisanal miner, you have an idea, you sell it to someone who has more money than you. That's when the partnership comes in. So partnership comes in because you have an idea, you know where the minerals are, but you have no capacity to mine. So secondly, if you want to be listened to, either economically or socially or politically, if you are lucky, you can be listened to in those three areas. Politically, as Honorable Samba was saying, because you selected the state, you don't want to vote for them, so they say you are contributing to the economy. Yes, but how much money do you pay? So you should know how many are you. This association should be able to help you, district by district, how many are you? Meaning that, have you created employment? You are employing yourself. So it means in artisanal mining, there is employment creation. You can now go and bargain with government and say, we as artisanal miners, we created employment and we have employed about 2 million people. That's when those people who want votes and stay in power will come and listen to you. In politics, it is numbers. Now, how much taxes do you pay to contribute to the economy? How much? The taxes you pay is out of the sales. Numbers of the people must correspond to the output, meaning that what are you putting in the market? You can find and say in Chisoro, there are some miners where I have seen, they say they mine sand. So how much sand do you sell as a district every year? Because the government does not use guesswork. Now, if the association, I say, you as an association, how many lorries of sand did you sell in a given year, and how much was the income? I don't think that thing would be answered. So you must have statistics of the people involved and how much they are saving. Have you contributed to the economy before you claim that you want money? For you to claim a share on the national cake, you must have contributed to the national cake. Meaning that what you are mining and practicing in must contribute to the national reserves. So you as an association, learn how to know how much you have paid or how much your products have earned for you as an income. Do you keep the books of accounts? Who can partner with you when he doesn't know how much you earn, how much you spend? Learn how to keep, to do what? To keep your books. You need expertise. We have the ministry in charge of minerals, electricity, and what? And the petroleum. You in the mining sector, you are not listened to. You have no voice. Because when it became one ministry, electricity is graded higher than minerals, meaning it attracts more budget than minerals. So you will find that your department of mining in Entebbe is now not known. In the government, we don't know the mining, we don't know. You are not known.
But because what about the national development plan? It is there as a strategic.
I am now being practical.
No, you're being practical, but I think you're misleading us also.
Let me conclude what I'm saying. I am a member of parliament. I sit on the National Resources Committee, and I was the chairman of the National Resources Committee, and we have been fighting for the mining sector.
And you've never seen our submissions, the National Resources
Committee. What I'm
saying,
you see the problem you have. You don't want reality. I am now telling you that even the National Development Plan must be translated into Charter for Fiscal Responsibility. From Charter for Fiscal Responsibility, you go to the national budget. And from the budget, you allocate the money for a financial year. And that's why you have a problem. So you don't want to know what I'm saying?
No, go ahead, but I'll also make some submissions.
What I'm saying, you instead come and learn from me.
But you can also...
So what I'm telling you is that many people don't want you to know the facts. This is not a tennis game, this is not a football match. In the national planning, we have Vision 2040. Who among you knows Vision 2040? Nobody. Very few. From Vision 2040, you go to what we call National Development Plan 1, 2, and 3. Now we are going to the first one. So if there was National Development Plan 1, 2, and 3, then what are you saying? Have you benefited? Why are you complaining? Then you have what we call Charter for Fiscal Responsibility that takes 5 years and guides the budget. Yesterday we passed what we call budget framework paper, and we are also complaining that the mineral sector is not listened to. Now, if you want me to listen to you, to be your voice, now you are telling me you are okay. Why am I here? So I am telling you that mineral sector in Uganda is not given its share in the budget. Yet it employs many people than even petroleum and electricity. That's what you should know. So you should fight for fair space, not politics. I have not come to talk politics. I have come here to analyze what you have said to me. You sent me a concept paper. That's what I read. And I don't think you have read it. So I am now telling you that get the people who are in the mining sector, know how many they are, know what are they saying. If this gentleman was telling the truth, he would know that the president and the government has stopped mineral exports. So if you mine, where do you take the mineral? That's what you should be fighting for. That the law which they made stopped people from exporting minerals. And now, if you are mining, where do you take export? Where do you take it? There is what we call mineral certification and mineral traceability. Do you have certificates of the minerals you are mining? Does your son have certificate to know that this mineral has come from here? Because of not having mineral traceability, there is a lot of stealing in the gold. But if these minerals were having mineral traceability and mineral certification, you would be having that your districts would be better, because people in the Kasanda would be very well. But now this mineral traceability, people will say this gold has come from itself, because there are no certificates. You should be fighting that your minerals be certified from the district where they come from. I am talking as an expert because I have attended meetings in France, I have attended meetings in Canada about mineral certification, and I was also an expert of Congo minerals. Why Rwanda and Uganda were being determined to be stealing minerals. So I am not talking from an ignorant point of view. So if you want to get some of this information that I am giving you, a executive committee of mineral of the ARTISANAL should invite some of us and we meet in the because not all of you will understand what's there. I'll get my point. So you consolidate, harmonize your views, send them to Parliament. Parliament will call the Committee of Parliament and meet with the executive. But when you are choosing people to represent you, don't do it in the politics. Choose people who have capacity, who do not say you, because in mining there is gambling. But if you want to gamble, that's your business. So why is it that when you are mining iron ore, you cannot export it? They are only allowing Somalis and the Indians to export it to Mombasa. Me, I come from so we have iron ore, we have gold, we have diamond, we have tin, we have wolfram, but none of us is allowed to export. There is nobody in Uganda who can process tin, that's a lie. We have no capacity. But now, why would you have monopoly when you have East African community? Can you discuss the relationship between East African community and the commodity markets and the mining you are doing? Some of the minerals the prices have gone down because the investors who are putting their money have gone back because they are not allowed to export. There is still in Tungamo, there is still everywhere. So you should be fighting and to be hard and don't fear. But for interest of satisfying this gentleman, I end there. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable MP. The beauty of a gathering like this is there is a wealth of knowledge and experience in this room. Honorable Minister, this room is filled. Honorable MP, this gathering is filled with experts in minerals, almost with the same experience that you have elaborated. And I would like also to share some information with you that you may not have. Yes, the information is that Uganda did not stop the export of minerals. It stopped the export of raw materials, unprocessed. So when you say it stopped the export of minerals, it might be misleading. Raw materials and minerals, what was stopped was the export of raw materials, not minerals. We still export gold. We still export refined gold, Honorable MP. We have refineries, Honorable MP. I thought you wanted information. Now you spoke, let us also give you some information, because that's the beauty of such a gathering. We have refineries which are well documented, and we export gold. Was your issue about artisanal or export of minerals? Your issue was about export of minerals. Artisanals sell their gold to refiners, refiners refine the gold, and it's exported. So it's erroneous to say Uganda is not exporting minerals. What was stopped was, now that those are questions you members of parliament should be asking under your committee the different committees of parliament. Also, I think one of the things that you alluded to was the issue of certification. You might be aware that you passed a legislation for that with regulations, and I can confirm to you that as we speak, we have a tin mine. You said we don't have capacity to process tin. That's some new information I'm giving you. If you go to Mbarara, as you're exiting Mbarara, there is a tin mine and refinery that is being set up, and we have a presentation, Honorable Member of Parliament, that will be very rich for you to know our capacity. So the members you see here, who are from Honorable Kamatensi's constituency, have actually been facilitated by that tin refiner, who is refining tin from her constituency in Tungamo, as well as Chikagate. And we have pictures to demonstrate all that. So there is a wealth of information in this room. And we have Paul here from Probico, who has also sat at the OECD and represented Uganda. In the Paul, you can stand up. You have a colleague in the Honorable MP. Paul has represented Uganda at the ICJLR with myself, in charge of ensuring that we produce laws and regulations for certification of minerals. Paul and myself have been involved in formulation of the regional certification mechanism manual and revision of that manual. That manual is now being applied by 12 member states of the ICJLR. And as of now, Uganda is one of the countries, one of the 5 countries, as of late last year, December, that joined the league of other countries like DRC, Burundi, Tanzania, and Rwanda in issuance of certificates, ICJLR certificates that allows our resources to be exported to the international market. We have, like I said, the refinery, gold refineries are there. Now we have a tin refinery. I was at that tin refinery last week and inspected that refinery. They have capacity to produce about 150 million tons of processed tin. So one of the things that we shall be hearing from this conference, from this MKUTANO, will be a presentation by that tin refiner who is currently in South Africa, attending the mining in Daba. We actually trying to connect with him so that he can share the beautiful things he's doing in Bara with the Honorable MP and other members of this audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don. But also, the UNDP is represented here, and they did a study in 2018 that quantified the freshest member for today to join us to wrap it up. So today, as you can see, we've been frustrated by technology, but we're advising ways of having that gentleman join us, gentleman from Ntungamo and Chikagati. So any
country. And when you use a multiplier effect, which is automatically understandable that once we occupy an area, then there is food, there is education, there are people cooking in small shops, you realize that we, under all these trades, are almost responsible for the employment of close to 10% of this population. We are next to agriculture when it comes to creating opportunities for our young women and men. The mining sector has its own challenges, and we are part of it. I completely agree with you. But also, I want you to acknowledge your part in all this. And then we find a solution. It cannot be a blame game anymore. It cannot be about us. I have walked to the PS Finance. I had a conversation with the Minister of State for Finance. I have written papers and submitted them to your personally, met the Director of Petroleum. They are shunning these numbers, and we don't think we can do more than we've done. Our part has been to ensure coffee export.
have transformed the mining sector. Tanzania mining, artisanal miners are happy. Rwanda mining is booming. Artisanal miners are happy, but they did not do it alone. They did it with the government. Parliament is an arm of government. It represents the voices. We cannot make it parliament, but you are there for us. So let's sit on a round table, as you have suggested. We are agree on issues that can help us and can help this country. So, what am I calling for? My call is this economy.
Thank you, Deus. Please forgive us. Apologies, because someone who is supposed to man the sound room somehow abandoned the station. We are trying. that you might have for him, and then we will gladly.
From Chikagati to Mtungamu, Mirasandu, or Mirama, run up to Katuna. You see, this man is located in that region. So how is he going to get volumes to be able to smelt and export like he wants? So for me, my call is on the government. Please. Last time I saw the Honorable Ruth Nankabiwa talking about this in the NEMA, the recently concluded NEMA conference that was here. But the issue is not to praise or to say that now we can add value. The major issue here is to fight smugglers, to fight smuggling. Why? Because Tanzania is already set. It is smelting and they want volumes. Rwanda is not smelting. Kagame is very smart, too smart. He doesn't smelt. He's taking it raw and they are killing. You see, he's getting things from Congo, he's getting from Uganda, and they're busy making it, they're exporting. But Uganda here, the value is down. The prices that Uganda is offering is too low for any miner to actually give the minerals to the smelters. So we call upon the government with all the effort to come up and put up a structure to fight the smugglers, to support Wood Cross, because this is a game changer. I've told you, I've been on in recess for 7 years. African Panther was set, and we got our mining license or mining lease in 2014. That was fair. We worked for 2 years, and the ban was put in place. We never exported. As I speak now, if you go to the plant, you will find barrels of tin lying around, and the whole processing plant rusty. So when Omid came around, he partnered with African Panther, and we saw him as a game changer. Up to now, he is a game changer. But that gentleman still has a challenge of the quantities arising from the smuggling. The minister, Honorable Nakamura, was there, Peter, times, and I was explaining this thing. You know, smelting tin is not as simple as washing, processing it like we do. No, this man needs chemicals here, a lot of chemicals, to be able to bring the tin to the ingot of 99%, 99.9%. He needs a lot of things. Now, on that aside, power is still a challenge. Power, electricity in Uganda is still a challenge. On top of that, a hydropower dam was commissioned last year in Chikagati, but this can't help. Yesterday I was at the smelter, it was on and off. Heating this furnace, they must have constant power to 2,000 plus degrees to be able to smelt. So you will heat for 3 days for you to be able to do work for 1 day. Now what happens if power goes off? It resets back. And now the engineers will again climb on. So it's very big. It's very big. Only was presenting that, yes, on the side of the environment is okay. On the side of the miners is fine, but the challenge lies in the smuggling and then the power bit of it. Is my director put like on that. He had much. He had a very good presentation that I also saw, and just allow him, maybe give him time by tomorrow or so. He can do that. I left him from me, and I know he's still. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. There's a question here. Where's the mic? There's a question from Honorable.
It's actually not a question, it is a supplement. I think I would advise everyone in this room, even outside this room, because other people are sure they are also watching this, or they are going about it. Attitude is so important. I'm really so happy with the gentleman who has just presented and the team of Barawulu Cross. I tried to read about it. I believe when you don't have capacity to do something and you get someone who is going to help you to do it, please support. This government of Uganda has supported so many projects. He has talked about electricity, he has talked about the cheap price, because for us to attract people to bring tin, that factor of dollar refinery, they need money. That's why people are supporting. I really request the association, please ask the government if they can support such people, because we can even sign an agreement. You know, we are going to give Uganda less a certain percentage. The person who has the business can take a certain percentage. Because once this factory is successful, it is for us Ugandans. It is for all of us, it is for the region. So I really encourage people who are working with the World Cross to plan and talk to government and see how you can get subsidies, how you can get government grant, how you can negotiate and see how to get all the things from the region, such that you don't put up a plan. Then they fail to get tin process. Because when you are going to get smuggling, you are going to get high prices from people who are using raw material. So try your best, have a good attitude, our chairperson, work with these people, and make sure this factory gets support from government such that they get money to buy our tin, our raw materials at a reasonable price. We don't lose this factory. Electricity, government intervenes and has stable power. If you talk to the minister, let her help. It is through your voice as an association that you're going to push for all this. Otherwise, there's not frustrate people who come here to invest and support us. But on a condition that we have such agreements where we know our share as a government, as a region, and as our artisan miners. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you. I came late when most of you already introduced yourselves and also given your input. I'm Reverend Father Charles Senen, Petelaro, Kuru City. I am not an expert of minerals. I am only an African anthropologist looking at our nature as Africans. We are actually good at showing love and hospitality to strangers more than our own. Unless we begin treating our own as more important than strangers, then we shall begin appreciating the values of the brotherhood and sisterhood. Uganda as a country has got, I think, the biggest mineral deposits which has never been tapped or used. But at the same time, information concerning minerals in this country is kept secret. Today, in most places where new discoveries have been found, have been made, the National Forest Authority, they are surveying those areas and putting markstones, claiming those areas to be forest reserves. Even where people have been staying for over 100 years, you find them putting forest reserve. When has that forest started germinating or growing? Meaning that they want to chase people away, the indigenous people should be chased from those areas so that mining can begin taking place. My appeal, you the organizers of this event, be sincere and honest to the participants. Be sincere and honest to the participants. Space has to be given to the small-scale miners, and they should grow, they should develop. The Uganda National Planning Authority, National Development Agenda, it says that nobody should be left behind. But there's small-scale miners are being left behind. Investors who come without anything are the ones who are prospering. When are the small-scale miners going to develop? They're here. Train them on occupational health risk. Majority of them take their work as something of hopeless people. And that's why most of them are engaged in alcohol and sex. Go to those areas where mining, the small-scale mining, are taking place. And you find people are drunk 24 hours. And they are not aware that HIV/AIDS is not a reality. It's a myth. Are you training them on that? Have they been given lances? The small-scale investors are coming from South Africa. An individual comes from South Africa and is given lances. A local person here is not being recognized. Why do you treat your own as being inferior? And an inferior person who comes from outside, you treat him to be someone of great, with great experts and great experience. I happen to come from Petelaro, where there are about 3 quarry centers. And the centers, those centers are employing about 1,500 women. I want to train people and empower them. First of all, for the relationship, give them the money to expand. I believe that those who come from outside, this is the government is giving them the money to mine minerals. Why is the government not giving money to the local investors here?
to mine our potential minerals. We did not just segregate and make our own, but good to foreigners. Finally, Parliament will always support you if you can only be open and sincere to yourself and to this nation. Many laws have been put pertaining mineral sectors, but which one is being followed? Gold are being mined. I have some information here, which I got it from somewhere. The recent developments in Uganda's mineral sector. Very many places, new discoveries have been made. In the north, in the northeast, in the area of West Nile, in western Uganda, central Uganda, and many other places. But the information is kept secret. And the world is doing mining and the potential mines in those places. They don't know people. And the children are outside. And they don't give such information to the people who are gathered here. When do they get those information? When are you going to share those information? You feed them with good food here, good tea from but not getting information. You better give information and deny food. This is my submission. Thank you.
You have another question? A question, please, not a submission. A question. So that Omid can respond. Okay, let him first respond to the one.
And material needs to essentially go waste. We plan to work with the miners in order to provide them with health and safety techniques and provide them with equipment to enhance the production and their also working conditions. And we also plan to make things easier from a logistic and transportation perspective, but most importantly is price. We plan to be competitive in terms of what the other traders might be providing the miners locally. So that was the first one. The second question, I understand, is around power. And yes, we're a very power intensive business. We are working with the ministry in order to put together some concessions around price and power. We already have engaged Umeme locally, who's our local utilities provider, to work with us to ensure that we have power stability, but we also have a secondary source of power in the form of a diesel generator that is there to make sure that our facility has power at all times. I think the third question was around the artisanal miners and how do we plan to train them and work with them. We have a very clear idea of what we want the mines to look like in Kikagati and in Tungamo. That blueprint is available in Rwanda. If you look at the tungsten mines that are in Rwanda, and I'm happy to identify them, mines like Nyakabingo, that is owned by a company called Trinity Metals. I encourage everybody in this forum to look up the company Trinity Metals. They've been arguably the most successful company that have used artisanal mining techniques and developed mines that produce, along the sides of, large-scale mines in the world. These operations are quite simple. Roughly speaking, there's usually two sides to the operation. One is the ore sourcing, where you're having very well-designed and established tunnels, miners going into those tunnels that are safe, and they're quite deep and expose the veins in an efficient way to be able to source ores and concentrates. And then the second part is to establish very efficient panning stations or processing stations where miners can pan and essentially process the ores to get high quality concentrates. We know that mines like Kabingo, there's a single piece of processing equipment online. These mines look very similar to our mines from a geological perspective, and our team is headed up by the gentleman who used to develop those mines at Trinity Metals, Mr. Luke Rogers, who's the head of mining for Woodcross Resources. We'll be replicating the same techniques over in Uganda as the guys have been doing in Rwanda. So we have our blueprint, we have the team, we are in touch with our local miners to really, expand their work. And this is the part where, this is my message to the miners. We're not coming to employ our techniques. We're coming in to work with you and use your techniques, but to only help you make them better. This is a cooperation. This is a partnership. This is in no way, shape, or form Woodcross Resources coming and saying, we know better. We know that the miners know better than everybody else. They've been working on these areas for a long time. They're a lot more knowledgeable and they're very professional in how they do things. We just think that we have some ideas in terms of how people have been successful in the region in terms of improving that work. That means more production for the miners. That means more money coming into their pockets and in more safe and sound conditions. I hope that answers the question. I'm happy to hand it back to the team if there's any other questions from the crowd.
Thank you, Amid. Any questions, or you're satisfied now with the submissions?
Yeah, we are.
On the issue of electricity, I was at their plant. They use 1 million of hydroelectricity power every day. And if they don't have that power, they spend 1.5 million in diesel, using diesel. So you can see why it's important for them to have the issue of electricity addressed. Yes?
Exactly. Thank you so much, sir. Let me humble myself. But this is a parcel to the honorable MPs in this house. Sincerely, Uganda and the parliament, you are living a lifestyle and doing whatever you want to do in the parliament, but forgetting what you should have done at the grassroots. I'm an expert in mining. I happen to be a manager of the artisanal miners in Chikagati or African Panther, which is now Woodcross. And I've been there for 10 years. That's the experience I have. It is so sudden and painful to see that an MP stands here. I'll use this word, but I'm not abusing you, I'm not demeaning you. And you start ranting about mining that you don't understand. You people, you are talking about gold mining as if Uganda has only gold. I've not had anyone except from our MP from Mutunga, the Madam, talking about mining of tin. Other people are relating, carrying refineries of gold and gold mining and just talking going on. Tin is different. It's very different. You people, you must understand. One MP has just stood here and said that investors are coming in here to exploit and they're taking away. I want to inform you, Honorable MP, that mining is a labor-intensive business, is a capital-intensive business, mostly mining of tin. We deal with volumes. Do not come and mine a small nugget of tin and say that you've got it. In tin, we deal with the tons. We need tonnage. We do numbers, which require investment. The 10 years I'm talking about, when I joined this mining company in Chikagati, that was African Panther, these guys invested money. The first thing was, you can't export raw material, you must process. I was part and parcel of the procuring of the equipment from Rwanda, that was down in Gatumba, formerly being used by the Belgians, and we brought all the machinery and assembled the machinery for 4 good years with the experts from Zambia, experts from South Africa, and we are ready to work. We worked, processed, and the ban was put in place. And our tin was reading 70% after processing. Quick processing I'm talking about is washing, because this is just washing techniques. Reduce the impurities, wash, crush, and count the volumes, and be ready to supply 70%. So that's what Rwanda is doing, that is what Tanzania is doing, that's what Congo is doing, and the government is earning untold levels of revenue from such collections, which Uganda is losing. Now, an MP, we somewhere talking about something, who doesn't want to understand how the government is losing, or how the government lost, or how the thing happens to be mine, will stand up and say that investors just come here to take, and we don't value fellow Africans. Now, who has ever come up with millions or billions to say that I'm investing in a tin mine and then people are chased? Who has ever chased them? Let them bring the money and invest, and we do that. I want to tell you in a sad note that over 700 miners lost jobs in the last 3 years. We are just waiting for the ban to be lifted. We lost jobs. As you see me, I represent a lot of people down there. I'm not an MP. But when I say some of them are here, this is a miner. He was my safety officer and still mining. He's a miner. He's a miner. The artisanal miners. The chairman himself, Kenyatta here. Mr. Kenyatta is a miner. All of them, he's not seated with me. We are all miners down there. Tin mining, not gold mining. So you people forgot the tin mining and you're talking about gold mining. All the problems in Mubende, Kasanda, I don't know, Karamoja, wherever, but you're not talking about tin. You don't know what happens with tin. You don't know how it comes around. So please, for us we are saying and decrying, we are parents. We are parents at the volume or at the level you can't even be fair to understand. I'm a Muslim, and I happen to have 4 women. Do the mathematics and find out how many kids do I have. I need to educate these people. I need to feed them. You understand? So of the 600 people who lost jobs, they are male and female. We Africans. No man in Africa has one woman. The 600 people represent big families. Do the mathematics. A lot of people are now languishing in poverty there. The only economic activity in Isinjiro is tin mining. I hope I'm understood. The matoke you are seeing, Jake was bringing in Kampala. This matoke comes from Tanzania. I live at the border. I know how many trucks go enter in. That is why you see that there is hunger always in the city. You say, when we are not mining. So this, when Omni comes in with the good cross, this is a game changer. This is our Jesus here. People, please, MPs, we need support. We don't want you to scare people, say that the investor, they're in South Africa, the Indians being and this. Come up with the money and invest and we see you. Here we stand to challenge you.
Thank you. I think you all made the point. Thank you. I hope you've not angered the female activists in the room. And I hope no one is going to attack the gentleman for having 4 wives.
You know, we all have family burdens, and that should not demean our rights and our responsibilities. Rights come with responsibility and an obligation. As national leaders, we have an obligation to conscientize the government that, look here, your people have to be supported. We are appealing to the government to give you money so that you grow. You grow in your family. If you want to bring even 10 women, you can bring. So long as you have money, you can, you can do that. I want to also talk about education. Many of you are so busy in the mining with your children, with your wives. And you forget sending your children to go and study things related to minerals. They go and study development studies, nothing to do with the minerals. When are they coming to develop those minerals? We are telling you that the government is playing syndicate by employing National Forest Authority to map certain places and gazette them to be forest reserves, hiding information from you. I say I'm an African anthropologist. Our nature is that we always praise outsiders, but we don't praise ourselves. Meaning that I really want actually praise what you people are doing. We are not undermining what you are doing. We are actually saying you are doing a great work. Only that at the lower kind of. We have read books. I, for one, have read books. And we read always. If I have to give you information on mineral deposits in this country, others have been kept secret. And you have no information, you have only information of those investors. You know, don't provoke us to say what we do not come to say. But at the same time, we need to get correct information and you receive correct information from the government. If you keep praising those outsiders, by the way, there are Chinese who are teaching Baganda, the Bantus, how to preserve Senene. Can you imagine? They are teaching the Baganda how to preserve Senene. And they are investors, and they are being given support.
Thank you, Honorable. Let's give an opportunity to your colleague, share the hand raised. Gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen, lunch is almost ready. So we are taking the final submissions, then the meeting will close, and then we can break for lunch.
Thank you. I think we just need to break for lunch because I don't know, people are getting emotional. But I think we are not here to, pull ropes. We are here to discuss, get to the bottom of our problems, and get a solution. I'll urge you, with all due respect, members of parliament are here for you. We are here to advocate, we are here to legislate, we are here to appropriate. That's why we are entrusted with this mandate. Let's not bring personal issues to this problem. You can even have 10 wives or 20 wives. We all have personal problems. But don't let this meeting turn into personal. People, artisans, to be manipulated and exploited by the foreigners. They're enjoying tax holidays, which you people are not. A member of parliament just said something here that if you're not being careful, you're going to be taxed heavily and knowingly end up paying a lot of tax. So
finally, Honorable.
I'm almost out of words. But what I'm saying is that this meeting is getting into something that shouldn't really get there. As members of parliament, for us to sit here up to this time to have a discussion, it is a big, huge sacrifice because we know this will touch everybody. We are so committed. This morning I have about 4 meetings. Right now we are all supposed to go for plenary, you know? It's actually time. So appreciate our being here. Also let us appreciate you being here. And on a lighter note, before I sit down, allow me also to take this opportunity because I want to come back to Parliament. I forgot to introduce my people coming from northern Uganda. Can you please stand up for recognition? These are the powerful people from northern Uganda, from Acholi, and their father's voters. They are my voters as well. Welcome you all. I'm not going to mention them by names, you know them. Thank you for coming. Thank you for loving Uganda. We love you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I'm sure this team here of miners appreciates your presence here. Right from morning, some of you appeared here before the rest of us. Sometimes when we invite MPs, they come at the end of the sessions and basically do not even complete. They come at the end of the day and we don't. We hope you can be here with us again tomorrow because, as you heard from the Honorable Minister of Minerals, we lost a colleague who has worked with most of the miners in this room, and we couldn't have all the ministry fully represented here. But we have presentations tomorrow, so we urge you to be here tomorrow so that you can listen on the side of government. Because for us, our role is to bring everyone in this room, bring the MPs, bring the members of, the mining communities, bring the artisanals, bring the industry so that everyone is talking to each other, as opposed to us talking to ourselves and not getting much. But the message I seem to be getting also is that maybe we need to have more engagements and dialogues as mining communities with our members of parliaments, with our people that represent us, because there's a lot of information that can actually be shared to you members of parliament, such that as you are advocating before the floor of parliament, you're really well informed on the real issues on the ground. I also take from the submissions of Omid and the gentleman that is working with Omid in Chikagati, that this is a collaborative engagement between the refiner and the artisanal miners. Quite often, the people in Mubende will tell you, we've had artisanal miners getting displaced. You're displaced, and the person who displaces you even has no capacity to work the mine. You lose jobs, the government loses revenue, and everyone loses, because even those that have displaced you lack the capacity. So for us, as I said, we are always glad when we meet investors that are willing to collaborate with artisanal and small-scale miners. Work the mines, they pay you a competitive price, and then you're able to supply. And we believe that creates more employment, creates value. Smuggling is a risky job. Those of you who are from Chikagate, you know this better than me. It's a risky job. People have lost lives, people have been maimed. I also understand from Wood Cross that one of the things they'll be looking at is how to expand your operational mines, to expand and also build safe mines such that we no longer have the kind of incidents we used to report about of people losing their lives in unsafe, underground pits. So these are all welcome developments, and we believe if we all continue working together collaboratively, we should have a win-win scenario, which is what will build us as a country. Can we have Omid close this session with his commitments, with Wood Cross's commitment? Then we shall have a security briefing from the hotel. Then we can break for our lunch. Thank you. Okay, so as you noticed, Tomid was in transit. That's why we had both internet breakups here and there. And I think he's in an area where he cannot access internet, but I think you were able to hear about his commitments. For the rest, I urge you to read. You see, they always say that the best way to hide information for an African is by putting it in a book. Please, we spend a lot of money on these books. They are very rich in information, and we urge every member who has received a copy of this, please read. I'm sure if you read, if you take time to read this even as you have your lunch, you will leave this conference by the end of today richer and better than you came in here this morning. Thank you very much. Can we invite the security people to give us a briefing? As they come, who is our pastor, who can pray for our meal? I'm sure everyone has a coupon. If you don't have a coupon, pass by the entrance there, and the lady there will give you a food coupon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You're most welcome to Africana. We are a bit late in briefing. We usually do it in the morning, but in a hotel setting, the guest is our boss. So this is the time I was given. Hotel Africana is safe and secure. Though there are some few things we consider, like registration, help us get the right people who are invited here, and the number of the participants who are here with us inside the hall. Secondly, we also request you to know somebody seated next to you. Maybe somebody joins your table in the middle of a workshop. That one is a concern where he or she is coming from. Our equipment, especially phones and laptops, we request you to take care of them. We have the sockets along the walls in case maybe your phone blacks out or a laptop. You can charge, but still we request you to take care of it from where it is charging from. For more details, those writing pads the hotel provides, the first page can guide you how you take care of your items in a conference hall. So kindly you can open and check. When you're moving out for your lunch, we always request you still to take care of your phones and laptops when you're moving out. And we request guests you move out as a group, then you come back at once. Apart from the registration team and the secretariat, if they are remaining behind, it is okay, so that we are able to secure the hall for you. So we are going to use the main entrance when you are exiting. We lock all other doors. We don't want the main chorus to get maybe intruders inside here, so that we secure the hall for you. The washrooms, ladies go upstairs, you exit on my left hand, you'll see the stairs going up. For gents, you are on this very floor. That's the little we are sharing with you. Thank you very much for coming. Our motto is you come as a guest, you leave as a friend. Thank you very much.
Just before you leave, do we have a guarantee that all our things are safe once we break out for lunch? We've seen incidents, people walking in and taking our laptops. We have assurance.
And that is why I mentioned we move out as a team, then we come back at once. But if you can't carry your laptop, please, it is better you carry it. And the phones are portable, they are not very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a word of prayer from a very prayerful person? Maina.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد
back here within the next one.
One of our major objectives as well as to why this UGASM, or the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, was formed was to bring us together for a collective voice so that we can advocate for our rights.
UGASM is our mother umbrella body that combines the whole of Uganda. UGASM was created after evictions in Mubende and then also the evictions in Buweju to create one voice. Yeah, and we have been working. Of course, we got support from the Africa Center for Energy and Mineral Policy, and when we went to fight for our rights in the Parliament. Yeah, and UGASM was the major petitioner, and then of course was working for Muma and the Buweju District Miners Cooperative Society, and it happened that we got both the licenses. The one of Muma and even the one in the Buweju was granted in 2020.
We consulted our colleagues, the artisanals and small-scale miners, in all the 5 regions of the country, and we sat down in Kampala with a team of technical people and legal experts and drafted our harmonized position on the Minerals and Mining Bill 2020. Initially, we lacked recognition by government as major stakeholders in the mining sector, but I'm happy to inform the country that to some extent we have been recognized by government. Because after evictions, we learned a lesson, we organized ourselves, we formalized and applied for licenses.
So we've had different partners over the time, especially from the energy world. And one of the most inspiring things that we got was the platform. In 2014, I was given an opportunity to go to Australia and study the community aspects of resource development. The illegal mining kind of work we were doing, it was let me get capital and go do other things. After that 1-month workshop in Australia, I came back determined to become a real miner. And I wanted to become a legal miner with a mine. And we promised ourselves we shall have the most organized mine in East Africa. We are now there. So the platform that I was given by ASEM are very tasked to expose our minds and to think bigger than. Well, we understand the power of togetherness, yeah, and that's why we're going to find here the landlord speaking the same language with me, the miner. And yet in other operations, we're going to find the meetings would be who is cheating who. Landlord is not compensated, landlord is not doing this and that. So that's one of the things. 2 is the confidence building in us, that you can do it, yeah, because we have seen in so many other trades, and before we start, when we were starting here, they were telling us, you can never get a license. It's too expensive. So we dropped that fear, we got the licenses.
Tukola butaweera nga ffe abamuma ebibiina 22 ebimakinga muma okubanga layisinsi yaffe eno tugikoleramu bulungi kuba baagituwa tetuli mu bimenyi bw'amateeka eri mu mateeka olwedde tetuli bayirigo tugikoleramu era tufuniramu tweyagaliramu abakyala n'abaami ate tegasa fefekafeka abalombe wabula ne communities ezitulinaanidde nazo ziganyibwa mu layisinsi eno.
Muma ebadde etambula n'abakyala n'abasajja wamu. Mu leadership tusalawo buli nga ffena tuli wamu. Decision making ffena tusalirawo wamu. Abasajja n'abakazi ffena tutambulira wamu. Ate si bakyala bokka, sisobola kwogera ku bakyala bokka. Even the elderly nabo bali wano bakola. Abaliko obulema ndowooza mwabalabyeko baliwo bakola. The youth ye majority bonna tuli wano tukola. Community members bonna abali wano tukola nabo.
Kati nze okusinziira nga bwe twajja wano abantu baali batono, saawa zino abantu bangi. Kale mu kyo embeera gye twasanga ku kyalo kino si bwe kiri kikulaakulanye. Katusuubire nti gavumenti bwenetuwa mining lease myaka 21 tujja kuba ate tusinzeewo nnyo mu bye tusuubira okufuna ssebo.
omanyi we twali nga twakajja wano twasalawo ne tusala ebintu bisatu. Twagamba nti wabeere production ne tugamba wansi wali tuteekeko ki golden city eri ne tusalawo nti processing center zo zibeerewa wansi eri era kye twakola.
Processing center yaffe ewadde abantu emirimu bangi nnyo bafunye emirimu kugeza waliwo abaanika omukyanga, waliwo abakola ku zimashini, wali ku zikrasha ezikuba powder, waliwo abaana ababeera ku zedi wali waggulu, then ne tuba n'abakyala abakamula golodi. So bangi baganyuddwamu, waliwo obubizinensi obutono ng'obuduuka bafunye emirimu. So eyongeddeko ku kitundu.
Gavumenti yali yakola contract eyokuba nti amasannyalaze gano gayita wano wokka ku main. Era abamu abo bayogerako n'abamasannyalaze ne babagamba contract yaffe yakomaawo okuggyako nga musobodde mmwe okweteera mu ki ssente okwongera okusika amasannyalaze okugatuusa eri waggulu. Era Mukama wange ekyo baakikola. Era baasika amasannyalaze okuva wano ku kkubo paka Mugalabe nga gali kulinnya mu lusozi waggulu. Twagala gye bujja tusobole okukozesa ebyuma ng'ebyuma biraningibwa amasannyalaze.
As compared to the past days when whenever meetings would go to, they would tag us so many bad names. Those are thieves, illegal miners, it's organized, they are unregistered, they are so hostile. So they have changed the picture of who we are. And even the government has started listening to us, and they have even come to visit us here, not once, not twice, and we hope to receive them even more times.
Nze saala yange gye nsaba gavumenti etuyambe tufune mining lease. Kubanga ebbanga litumaze mu exploration tetufunye naye nga tulina hope. Tenkyasobola okuddayo n'entunda kyentunda nga manyi nti with time tujja kufuna. So tuba tufunye lease abaana ababagumiikiriza nga bali wamu ne Katonda bajja kufuna. Nengerayo ka green light ahead. Naye kajja nga tumaze okufuna lease eyo.
What we have here at Kagaba is like a demonstration. Actually wanted to demonstrate to government that if we are organized and well managed, we can be major contributors towards the development in this sector. One of our major objectives as well as to why this UGASM, or the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, was formed was to bring us together for a collective voice so that we can advocate for our rights.
UGASM is our mother umbrella body that combines the whole of Uganda. UGASM was created after evictions in Mubende and then also the evictions in Buweju to create one voice. Yeah. And we have been working, of course, we got support from the African Center for Energy and Mineral Policy, and when we went to fight for our rights in the parliament, yeah, and UGASM was the major petitioner, and then of course was working for MUMA and the Buweju District Miners Cooperative Society, and it happened that we got both the licenses, the one of MUMA and even the one in the Buweju was granted in 2020.
We consulted our colleagues, the artisanals and small-scale miners, in all the 5 regions of the country, and we sat down in Kampala with a team of technical people and legal experts and drafted our harmonized position on the Minerals and Mining Bill 2020. Initially, we lacked recognition by government as major stakeholders in the mining sector, but I'm happy to inform the country that to some extent we have been recognized. One of our major objectives as well as to why this UGASM, or the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, was formed was to bring us together for a collective voice so that we can advocate for our rights.
UGASM is our mother umbrella body that combines the whole of Uganda. UGASM was created after evictions in Mubende and then also the evictions in Buweju to create one voice, yeah? And we have been working, of course, we got support from the African Center for Energy and Mineral Policy, and when we went to fight for our rights in the parliament, yeah? And UGASM was the major petitioner. And then, of course, was working for Muma and the Buweju District Miners Cooperative Society. And it happened that we got both the licenses. The one of Muma and even the one in the Buweju was granted in 2020.
We consulted our colleagues, the artisanals and small-scale miners, in all the 5 regions of the country, and we sat down in Kampala with a team of technical people and legal experts and drafted our harmonized position on the Minerals and Mining Bill 2020. Initially, we lacked recognition by government as major stakeholders in the mining sector, but I'm happy to inform the country that to some extent we have been recognized by government. Because after evictions, we learned a lesson, we organized ourselves, we formalized and applied for licenses.
So we've had different partners over the time, especially from the energy world. And one of the most inspiring things that we got was the platform. In 2014, I was given an opportunity to go to Australia and study the community aspects of resource development. The illegal mining kind of work we were doing, it was let me get capital and go do other things. After that 1-month workshop in Australia, I came back determined to become a real miner. And I wanted to become a legal miner with a mine. And we promised ourselves we shall have the most organized mine in East Africa. We are now there. So the platform that I was given by ASEM are very tasked to expose our minds and to think bigger than. Well, we understand the power of togetherness, yeah, and that's why we're going to find here the landlord speaking the same language with me, the miner. And yet in other operations, we're going to find the meetings would be who is cheating who. Landlord is not compensated, landlord is not doing this and that. So that's one of the things. 2 is the confidence building in us, that you can do it, yeah, because we have seen in so many other trades, and before we start, when we were starting here, they were telling us, you can never get a license. It's too expensive. So we dropped that fear, we got the licenses.
tukola butaweera nga ffe abamuma ebibiina 22 ebimakinga muma okubanga layisinsi yaffe eno tugikoleramu bulungi kuba bagituwa tetuli mu bimenyi bw'amateeka eri mu mateeka olwedde tetuli bayirigo tugikoleramu era tufuniramu tweyagaliramu abakyala n'abaami ate tegasa fefekafeka abalombe wabula ne communities ezitulinaanidde nazo ziganyibwa mu layisinsi eno.
Muma ebadde etambula n'abakyala n'abasajja wamu mu leadership tusalawo buli nga ffena tuli wamu decision making ffena tusalirawo wamu abasajja n'abakazi ffena tutambulira wamu ate si bakyala bokka sisobola kwogera ku bakyala bokka even the elderly nabo bali wano bakola abaliko obulema ndowooza mwabalabyeko baliwo bakola the youth ye majority bonna tuli wano tukola community members bonna abali wano tukola nabo
kati nze okusinziira nga bwe twajja wano abantu baali batono saawa zino abantu bangi kale mu kyo embeera gye twasanga ku kyalo kino si bwe kiri kikulaakulanye katusuubire nti gavumenti bwenetuwa mining lease myaka 21 tujja kuba ate tusinzeewo nnyo mu bye tusuubira okufuna ssebo.
omanyi we twali nga twakajja wano twasalawo ne tusala ebintu bisatu. Twagamba nti wabeere production ne tugamba wansi wali tuteekeko ki golden city eri ne tusalawo nti processing center zo zibeerewa wansi eri era kye twakola.
Processing center yaffe ewadde abantu emirimu bangi nnyo bafunye emirimu kugeza waliwo abaanika omukyanga, waliwo abakola ku zimashini, wali ku zikrasha ezikuba powder, waliwo abaana ababeera ku zedi wali waggulu, then ne tuba n'abakyala abakamula golodi. So bangi baganyuddwamu, waliwo obubizinensi obutono ng'obuduuka bafunye emirimu. So eyongeddeko ku kitundu.
Gavumenti yali yakola contract eyokuba nti amasannyalaze gano gayita wano wokka ku main. Era abamu abo bayogerako n'abamasanyalaze ne babagamba contract yaffe yakomaawo okuggyako nga musobodde mmwe okweteera mu ki ssente okwongera okusika amasannyalaze okugatuusa eri waggulu. Era kamuwange ekyo baakikola. Era baasika amasannyalaze okuva wano ku kkubo paka Mugalabye nga gali kulinnya mu lusozi waggulu. Twagala gye bujja tusobole okukozesa ebyuma ng'ebyuma biraningibwa amasannyalaze.
As compared to the past days when whenever meetings we would go to, they would tag us so many bad names. Those are thieves, illegal miners, it's organized, they are unregistered, they are so hostile. So they have changed the picture of who we are. And even the government has started listening to us, and they have even come to visit us here, not once, not twice, and we hope to receive them even more times.
Nze saala yange gye nsaba gavumenti etuyambe tufune mining lease. Kubanga ebbanga litumaze mu exploration tetufunye naye nga tulina hope. Tenkyasobola okuddayo n'entunda kyentunda nga manyi nti with time tujja kufuna. So tuba tufunye lease abaana ababagumiikiriza nga bali wamu ne Katonda bajja kufuna. Nengerayo ka green light ahead. Naye kajja nga tumaze okufuna lease eyo.
What we have here at Kagaba is like a demonstration. Actually wanted to demonstrate to government that if we are organized and well managed, we can be major contributors towards the development in this sector. One of our major objectives as well as to why this UGASM, or the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, was formed was to bring us together for a collective voice so that we can advocate for our rights.
UGASM is our mother umbrella body that combines the whole of Uganda. UGASM was created after evictions in Mubende and then also the evictions in the Buweju to create one voice, yeah? And we've been working, of course, we got support from the African Center for Energy and Mineral Policy, and when we went to fight for our rights in the parliament, yeah. And UGASM was the major petitioner, and then of course was working for MUMA and the Buweju District Miners Cooperative Society, and it happened that we got both the licenses, the one of MUMA and even the one in the Buweju was granted in 2020.
We consulted our colleagues, the artisanals and small-scale miners, in all the 5 regions of the country, and we sat down in Kampala with a team of technical people and legal experts and drafted our harmonized position on the Minerals and Mining Bill 2020. Initially, we lacked recognition by government as major stakeholders in the mining sector, but I'm happy to inform the country that to some extent we have been recognized by government. because after evictions, we learned a lesson, we organized ourselves, we formalized it, and applied for licenses.
So we've had different partners over the time, especially from the NGO world. And one of the most inspiring things that we got was the platform. In 2014, I was given an opportunity to go to Australia and study the community aspects of resource development. The illegal mining kind of work we were doing, it was let me get capital and go do other things. After that 1 month workshop in Australia, I came back determined to become a real miner. And I wanted to become a legal miner with a mine. And we promised ourselves we shall have the most organized mine in East Africa. We are now way there. So the platform that I was given by ASEM have helped us to expose our minds and to think bigger than. Well, we understand the power of togetherness, yeah, and that's why we're going to find here the landlord speaking the same language with me, the miner. And yet in other operations, we're going to find the meetings would be who is cheating who. Landlord is not compensated, landlord is not doing this and that. So that's one of the things. Two is the confidence building in us, that you can do it, yeah. Because we have seen in so many other trades, and before we start, when we were starting here, they were telling us, you can never get a license. It's too expensive. So we dropped that fear, we got the licenses.
tukola butaweera nga ffe abammuma ebibiina 22 ebimekinga muma okubanga layisinsi yaffe eno tugikoleramu bulungi kuba baagituwa tetuli mu bimenyi bw'amateeka eri mu mateeka olwedde tetuli bayirigo tugikoleramu era tufuniramu tweyagaliramu abakyala n'abaami ate tegasa fefeka abalombe wabula ne communities ezitulinaanidde nazo ziganyibwa mu layisinsi eno.
Mume ebadde etambula n'abakyala n'abasajja wamu mu leadership tusalawo buli nga ffena tuli wamu decision making ffena tusalirawo wamu abasajja n'abakazi ffena tutambulira wamu ate si bakyala bokka sisobola kwogera ku bakyala bokka even the elderly nabo bali wano bakola abaliko obulema ndowooza mwabalabyeko baliwo bakola the youth ye majority bonna tuli wano tukola community members bonna abali wano tukola nabo
kati nze okusinziira nga bwe twajja wano abantu baali batono saawa zino abantu bangi kale mu kyo embeera gye twasanga ku kyalo kino si bwe kiri kikulaakulanye katusuubire nti gavumenti bwenetuwa mining lease myaka 21 tujja kuba ate tusinzeewo nnyo mu bye tusuubira okufuna ssebo.
Omanyi we twali nga twakajja wano twasalawo ne tusala ebintu ebyo bisatu twagamba nti niwabeere production ne tugamba wansi wali tuteekeko ki golden city eri ne tusalawo nti processing center zo zibeerewa wansi eri era kye twakola.
Processing center yaffe ewadde abantu emirimu bangi nnyo bafunye emirimu kugeza waliwo abaanika omukyanga waliwo abakola ku zimashini wali ku zikrasha ezikuba powder waliwo abaana ababeera ku zedi wali waggulu then ne tuba n'abakyala abakamula golodi so bangi baganyuddwamu waliwo obubizinensi obutono ng'obuduuka bafunye emirimu so eyongeddeko ku kitundu.
Gavumenti yali yakola contract ey'okuba nti amasannyalaze gano gayita wano wokka ku main era abammuma abo bayogerako n'abamasannyalaze babagamba contract yaffe yakomaawo kujjako nga musobodde mmwe okweteera mu ki sente okwongera okusika amasannyalaze okugatuusa eri waggulu era mukama wange ekyo baakikola era baasika amasannyalaze okuva wano ku kkubo paka mugalabe nga gali kulinnya mu lusozi waggulu twagala gye bujja tusobole okukozesa ebyuma ng'ebyuma biraningibwa amasannyalaze.
As compared to the past days when whenever meetings we would go to, they would tag us to so many bad names. Those are thieves, illegal miners, it's organized, they are unregistered, they are so hostile. So they have changed the picture of who we are. And even the government has started listening to us, and they have even come to visit us here, not once, not twice. and hope to receive them even more times.
Nze saala yange gye nsaba gavumenti etuyambe tufune mining lease kubanga ebbanga litumaze mu exploration tetufunye naye nga tulina hope tenkyasobola okuddayo n'entunda kyentunda nga manyi nti with time tujja kufuna so bwe tuba tufunye lease abaana aba bagumiikiriza nga bali wamu ne Katonda bajja kufuna nengerayo ka green light ahead naye kajja nga tumaze okufuna lease eyo.
What we have here at Kagaba is like a demonstration. Actually wanted to demonstrate to government that if we are organized and well managed, we can be major contributors towards the development in this sector. One of our major objectives as well as to why this UGASM, or the Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners, was formed was to bring us together for a collective voice so that we can advocate for our rights.
UGASM is our mother umbrella body that combines the whole of Uganda. UGASM was created after evictions in Mubende and then also the evictions in Buweju to create one.
Are we fresh and ready to go for the next session? A very exciting session that touches on surface rights acquisition and mineral development in Africa and how to achieve a win-win. As you all know, land is very sacred to us as Africans, as a source of livelihood, and we are so attached to our land, yet at the same time we must coexist with the mining industry. I'm sure in this room we have quite a number of people that have had to interact with the mining industry on the issue of surface rights acquisition. We call it surface rights acquisition because quite often the intention is to use the surface. That's why the government will tell you that whatever is beneath the surface belongs to it. However, to access those resources beneath the surface, you must go through the surface by acquiring the rights to access these mineral resources. And there are quite a number of issues attached to that. In the case of Uganda, we did not have a properly regulated framework on how to acquire these surface rights. And as such, we always had tensions between the mining industry and the communities. But I think under the new Mining and Minerals Policy and the Minerals Act, we have a clearly well laid out framework on how mining companies should acquire surface rights. So to discuss this very exciting topic with us, we have Ms. Beture Nyamambi from Trust Africa. Could you please join us on this panel here? Then we also have Mr. John Bosco Logwe, the chairperson of Broconet. Development Trust, a very exciting model benchmarked on a community in South Africa called the Bafokeng Nation, and also some trusts formed in mining regions of Australia. Mr. John Rowe, please join us here on this platform up here. Emma Chidige, the General Secretary, USN, will also be joining us to chip on how, as gold miners, they have found the issue of interacting with landowners associations. How do we ensure that we minimize conflicts and disagreements between the industry and the communities for a sustainable exploitation of our mineral resources. We have a documentary, I don't know if you should be able to watch it, which should be a nice breaker for us. This is a very exciting documentary that you should watch, but your position may not allow you to. Guys, are you able to? It's 3 minutes, It's downloading, okay. So within those 3 minutes as it downloads, it's a documentary we shot by engaging the community in Moroto for over 5 years to negotiate surface-wise acquisition with several mining companies, and the final agreement was entered early last year, and the chairman who was at the center of all those negotiations and discussions is a celebrated community member here who has, as I understand, started traveling in East Africa. He's invited to speak at various fora within the region to share his experiences, and we are grateful to have him here. So I thought we would have a clip of that documentary as an icebreaker, then we can proceed to share our experiences. But in the meantime, I request the members who are on this panel, as this documentary downloads, to introduce themselves, where they are from, what they do, and how this topic is very critical or important to them before they share their experiences. Please take a look.
Looking forward to seeing the documentary first. Good afternoon, everyone. It's lovely to have everyone back in the room. My name is Getuli Ngamambi, as has been said already. I'm with Trust Africa. Trust Africa is a Pan-African foundation that is headquartered in Senegal, but we work across the continent in the different countries of Africa. And in working across the different countries of Africa, we are working to promote democratic governance, equitable development, and to champion what we are calling African philanthropy or African giving, ensuring that we are able to mobilize the resources for our own development through communities, through national processes, through individuals that are here on the continent towards our own development. So that's the work that we do. I'm program manager for our thematic area of equitable development, in which we are looking at issues to do with how we develop Africa and the different countries of Africa in an equitable manner. What do I mean by that? And as it relates to this particular topic that we're looking at today, the role of artisanal and small-scale miners in our work is mainly in natural resource governance, looking at how we can help to promote and hold our governments accountable for good natural resource governance, so that we are able to continuously exploit our resources, particularly in the production agriculture and the extractive sector. We are also looking at areas of financing for development. In this, we have championed important campaigns around illicit financial flows, addressing or stopping illicit financial flows, and ensuring that the resources that are mobilized within these extractives and agricultural sectors are also part of the domestic resource mobilization that goes into the development of the countries. So, for example, in Uganda, looking at the extractive sector, mining sector, how do we ensure that the taxation, how do we ensure that trade agreements, how do we ensure that the agreements that are made with communities are fair and are also beneficial to especially those marginalized communities such as artisan and small-scale miners. So with that, I'm going to share with you some of the work that we are doing, particularly in land rights and in promoting land governance monitoring tools that will help each one of us as community members, as well as land rights advocates, or surface rights advocates, to ensure that we're able to get the rights for our mining or for working with other communities in an equitable and fair manner. I'll leave it there for you.
Thank you. So I'm informed by our technicians that our documentary's icebreaker is ready. Unfortunately, we may not run the entire clip, but we shall show it again tomorrow morning as we start, because it's a bit long.
My name is Bion Ambrose. I'm one of the pioneers of this project. My name is Bion Ambrose. I'm one of the pioneers of this project. From way back in 2014 when we started the drilling campaign until when we quantified and confirmed the reserves. So we had to go on a sourcing program, which helped us identify the new partners we got from WCC, that's West China Cement Company. They are very big, they are number 4 in China. In Africa, they have more than 5 plants, the biggest being in Ethiopia. So when we did a background check on them, we realized they were the best people to deal with. The plant will be the largest in Uganda. It will be producing close to 6,000 tons per day of clinker, that is cement. And when we look at the employment pattern that is going to be mainly in Moroto, we are going to have more than 500 employees, and mainly most of those will be locals. So you can see what that is going to change as far as the Karamoja region is concerned. The government is going to benefit in terms of taxes, and the region will now stabilize as far as clinker is concerned. We've been getting clinker from Egypt, China, India, but now all the clinker that makes cement will be produced from Moroto, South Sudan, Congo, Rwanda, Burundi. They are going to have clinker from within the region. And when you look at the numbers that will be involved, it's a very, very big plus to our economy. So this one is a game changer, and I would request everyone to embrace it.
The government that owns minerals, the investors that have their money, and the community that has their land, and that they can work together for the benefit of each of the parties. Allow me now report to you what you instructed us and Rukotet to go and negotiate and conclude a transaction with the Sandbank. Allow me inform you what we agreed and what we signed for. 23rd, we concluded and signed an agreement with the Sandbank under clear terms, and these are the terms. We agreed that the investors are going to pay us a premium, and a premium for the lease. Now, we agreed that Sandbad will pay 8 billion.
Half billion in
This 8 billion is available for the community to share. We agreed that Sandbad will pay 100 million a year for the life of their lease. So every year, Rupa will be getting 100 million from Sandbank. This money is important because it will be helping Rukodet to finance the projects. People who are going to school, people who have the needs that is desired by you, my bosses. This money is meant to help you here. We also say this 100 million may be little in 10 years' time. We say this 100 million shall be subject to review upward, beginning with 5 million or according to the prevailing market. They shall be sponsoring 10 university graduates a year. We also agreed, I said, no, don't. I am not sure. You might take me to cheap universities. In order to cap that, we agreed that each student that you are sponsoring, among the 10, you shall be paying 14 million shillings to cater for accommodation, transport, and fees. By the time Sandbad is going to complete its mining lease, we shall have educated 490 graduates from Rupa. We also agreed and said my bosses for the last 8 years have told me they want water. They walk a long distance to get water. So we agreed that each parish, Sandbad will construct 2 boreholes, meaning that Lotizan and Rupa, we shall have 20 boreholes, each parish having 2. A small-scale mining lease for the artisanal miners of Rupa. The process of getting the small-scale mining lease, we have costed it at 110 million. Sunbird, we agreed that it will build a technical school for skilling the people of Rupa who may not afford university. We want a modern technical school. Therefore, it is costed at 1.2 billion to build this technical school. We also said government has a program. We have also had it. There is a problem of food security. People don't have food here. It is difficult to cultivate. And we said, with these resources and Sunbird, we can work it out. Let us do something that the government can build on. We agreed that an irrigation scheme for water for cultivation shall be constructed by Sunbird. Sunbird, you shall pay 200 million for the irrigation scheme. We said, Sunbird, if you are to live with us very well, we have problems in terms of diseases, health. You need a healthy community. You need a healthy workforce. You need a healthy atmosphere. We agreed with the Sunbird that they will construct a health center 3 in Rupa. This health center shall be handed over to Rupa when it is functional. It must have the maternity ward, it must have the laboratory, it must have those equipments. And we costed it and said it shall be 950 million for that project. An ambulance will be purchased at a cost of 200 million. It should be a modern ambulance. We also agreed, we said we have women. Women are very important. Let us not forget them. We agreed that Sunbird will train 10 women per year for the life of their lease, mining lease, in skilling of what to do either in agriculture or in terms of working their factory. The next question we asked is that we have a technical school, we have 490 graduates, we have graduates from Sunbelt projects, we have graduates from mechanized project. Where are they going to get jobs? So we agreed that 40% of the workforce, all the employees, shall be got from the people of Rupa, specifically the graduates and the skilled persons that have studied. Agreed that Sunbird is going to organize a study trip of 15 people to go and benchmark in issues of mining, in issues of irrigation, and in issues that may affect the community. 15 will be transported in any of the parts, either Ethiopia, Somalia, or whatever activities for purposes of benchmarking. All what I have read for you, the money, the projects with all its costing, is what is for the surface rights. And the community, those projects that are in that agreement must be completed within 2 years from the time they start their work. According to the law, we have what we call the Surface Rights Agreement and the Community Development Agreement. Now, the Community Development Agreement, which I said Rupa is the first body that started championing for it and is now in the law, means that the community must enter into a clear term of agreement with the investor to support them in the activities that affect them. It means that we entered an agreement with the Sunbird specifically to finance the project of the community that we shall come with. And we agreed that they will pay 6.8 billion on top of the surface rights agreement. 6.8 billion is for community projects, and this project is supposed to be identified by the community. 6.8 will be wired for the community projects, and this money is going to be paid after 6 months from now, and It will be wired depending on the project we come up with as a community. In total, the project of Sandbad and Brooklyn and the community totals to approximately 32 million. We agreed that the community of Rupa are nomads. Therefore, they move from place to place with their cattle. The surface rights that we are granting to Sandbad is only supposed to fence off the areas that they are using for their activities. The rest of the place the community can use until when they want to build that place. My advice as your lawyer, I know I may not make decisions, but I give you advice and you take it. Let us manage these resources. For us to be able to compete with the government that own the resources, to compete with the Sandbad that has money, and for us who have the land, which has now been transformed into money, we now have to go to this market and be very, very aggressive to cook and create more money for the people.
But please come back here and share with us more details of how you managed to pull down that one off. I was part of the process, but I will leave the chair to speak to that. So I worked in hand with the lawyer that was talking to actually pull this one off. And in doing so, I was on the other side acting the devil's advocate. I was on the company side. And the company sourced me because they wanted someone who really understood issues of community relations with mining company. I'm the wrong person you're going to. If you want to advise on how to exist with this community, then we have to do what we do. That was based on our experience. As I said, we worked in Kampala for quite some time. We knew the issues on the ground, we knew the disagreements, we knew those companies that had been there and had done it wrongly, and now we had an opportunity to teach other mining companies how to correct that. And I'm happy that this has come off. As the chairman will be speaking to us, you will discover that the figure council mentions here will not include other significant figures, because now the community is actually going to be a part in the development of this project. So management also put in that, meaning that these two have entered a marriage where divorce is not accepted. The children, please join us. So I will start with the chair to speak to this documentary and other engagements that they have conducted with investors, what has made them succeed with the members here, the challenges they still face, and how they plan to overcome them. Chairman Lokwe, you're welcome, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Tom, and our audience. I am Lugwe Bosco, the chairman of Rupa Community Development Trust, Rupa. the experience of the service acquisition and community development agreements, which are so far executed. Is an organization which was formed by the people of Rupa in order to meet the challenges of the unique land tenure system in Karamoja, which is customary. The investors and the communities found it rather difficult in engaging with each other in terms of surrender and acquisition of land for investment. So as a result, Roconet was formed. The objectives of Roconet were to protect the land of Rupa and Otisa from encroachment by the investors. Another objective was to present and engage investors in meaningful dialogue over access of land. To engage in free, clear, and informed consent over access to land, to address food security, conflict, and insecurity in the community, to address health and education interests of the community, to manage the commercial interests by building community business partnerships with investors. Just as he has presented, we shall see that we have become partners with the investors who are coming to invest in the cement production. To develop an equitable distribution mechanism of income from the investors to all beneficiaries. All the money, as we saw, which was brought, was distributed among the community because of the land tenure system, the customary. The land belongs to the whole community. So whatever comes from the investor has to be shared equitably by the community. To sustainably invest the process from investors and other sources for international activity. That is the reason why we then have to put part of the money on the community development agreement for partnership with the investor. The investors are asked us to choose a project that we can execute. For some reason, we gave us the contract to supply solar to the factory for the life of the lease. So the lease is for the 9 years. That means the community will be supplying solar to the community for the 9 years. And they will be taking out 1,400 tons of solar per day. And the all tonnage they will receive for the year will be 448,000 tons per year. Another objective was to promote mining and other development activities within Ruma. The people of Ruma have been mining with their elementary tools before the coming of the investor. So for that reason, we didn't want a situation where people will be sent away completely from the mining activity. So they will remain coexisting with the investor. As a result, the investors to process and give them artisanal mining permits so that the community continues with the activities they have been doing before the investor came to place. To coordinate and foster the relationship between the government, the investors, and the community. That is part of the objective the report was formed before. Some of the projects executed today. We had the negotiation for some exercise with the first investor, which was Sunbelt Mining Company. This is a Chinese company which is there to cut. them and sell them within Uganda and outside Uganda. That company also negotiated with us, and they gave some price and a number of other benefits to the community. Another was the mechanized company limited. This is a local company within Uganda. It's also dealing in the works of power. There is some resources limited. This is the reason why we negotiated. Some of the projects are undertaken by our college. One by a Sunbelt mining company. It has been given a release for 21 years. It has given us these benefits in education. 20 bursaries for university students. In this one, it takes at least 5 students to the university to finish a course. Then thereafter, it takes another 5. Then it takes another 5. So for the 21 years, we know that we have taken 20 students for bachelor's degrees in university. And it is the work of the to choose, to select the students for the university according to the courses of our period. Another one is on health. They help to give more hours, give clean water to the community. Someone also took the initiative to coexist to ensure that the local artisans are able to mine from within their license of sunlight and to construct roads, repair roads leading to the well. Mechanized agro also has given us 20 girls to secondary. They are started from secondary and it is to take all these girls through the education up to university until they complete. Also, 40% of the jobs within Sunbelt and mechanized agro will be provided by the local community. Someone is giving us 10 students to the university every year. 10 students to the university every year. So far, we have taken the first 10 last year. This year we're also going to have 10 and so on and so on to all the universities in Uganda. They have also given us Health Center 3, well-paid ambulance and well-equipped health center. And also the 40% of the employment to the cement factory will be provided by use of the local community. The challenges encountered, lack of experience as skilled by the present and negotiations with mining companies. Of course, as we know, these big companies are mafias. When they come to see a community down there in the village, they tend to exploit. They tend to just say, I think we can give them little. That's the reason why, look at the time to use civil society organizations that we are around. They are chairman and so forth. They are the ones that has reached out to me. Limited support from the central government in some of these negotiations. I say this because the central government and even the local governments left us under the threats of these companies. Somewhere we could be intimidated, somewhere they will say this is orders from above, and so forth and so forth. But so far, with the support that we got from the civil society around, we managed to go along with them. Of course, we also had some selfish interests from the Karamoja. Not everybody was referring to this, because there are people who are always good at looking at other people at lower level when they were high. They were looking at this, saying, this could be elevated these people to some standards, especially their standards. Limited communities, associations of free prayer and foreign consent. Of course, the community had limited knowledge. Local also trust between communities and mining companies. Mining companies were also not present in these communities, thinking that where can we put this money? when we ask them this, they were like, I think this is the waste of resources. Of course, the exploitative behaviors of some of these companies. They also said the problem of food insecurity. You know, an agri community was eager to receive everything that was coming. Opportunities. Such companies such as Samba Resources have exhibited a willingness to really invest in the community. That's the reason why they have accepted a partnership with us to say that yes, let us also be able to go along with them for the period of the lease. Benchmarking trips conducted by some of the mining companies. Just as we have seen, we went even up to Sri Lanka trying to see how the wind power is working. Local NGOs and development partners have supported capacity building for Rukwane. Another example is a chain. And KDF, they have been trying with us along. The Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, especially the Minister of State for Minerals, the Directorate of Geological Surveys and Mines have been helpful and supportive of the trust. They really played a very big role. They supported us completely. Whenever we needed support from the ministry, from the department, they always on our side. The Ministry of Lands has also supported us with the work of the trust. Yes, at the beginning we had to register and get land titles from the Ministry of Lands in order to qualify for the ownership of the land. Because the customer land table was such weak and we could not show strong ownership of the land. The new policy and regulatory reforms in the ministry in the mining sector. With the help of the many artisanal miners, which pushed for the reforms in the mining sector, it really gave us the strength over the surface of the land ownership, and it gave us the strength of negotiating with these investors. I thank you.
People, is that really enough? I've allowed Logwe this time, and because this is the first time we share in this experience in any of these conferences that we attend, so I thought it's important that we learn how it's been done in that side of Karamoja extensively. I will request members, because we want the last minutes of these sessions to be quite interactive. So if you have questions that you would like to ask, please write them down and forward them, because I'll be giving some limited time for a few questions. Beture, thank you. You've had, I'm going to jump this gentleman. I want to balance, gender balance. You've had the experience from East Africa, from Uganda in particular. We are very glad that you've found time to join us as Trust Africa, and members, Trust Africa is one of the funders, so you need to give them a big hand clap. I'm going to say it's an African philanthropy. It's the first time we are getting support from our own. Before these conferences would be supported by foreign development partners, but now we are beginning to have fellow African institutions rising up to our own cause as a continent. We thank you very much for the generous support. Now we would love to hear from your experience in South Africa, having listened to what you've had. This was partly stolen or borrowed from the Bafokeng Nation in South Africa, with a mixture of elements of building trusts in Australia that we put up together to support this trust in Karamoja. Please share your experiences and what you think as Trust Africa needs to be done to bridge these gaps between the industry and the communities in terms of surface rights and land-related issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is this on?
Thank you very much. I actually wanted to be on the panel to hear and learn more from the experiences of Uganda, and congratulations on the progress that you have made so far in getting those rights acknowledged and addressed in the way that you have. Chair of the session, I'm not going to go to South Africa, but I'll go to the other countries that we're working in the gold sector. That is with Solidarity, our partner. And one of the countries that we're working in is Ghana, which has a very interesting mining sector. They are very big in gold, they are very big in diamonds, and of course other minerals. And of course, as we talk about minerals and mining, we are talking also about these critical minerals that have become very, very important for the energy transition. And we're seeing exactly the same issues arise when it comes to surface rights and mineral rights, and what we generally call land rights, because there are conflicts that happen at community level in terms of looking at issues of food security, as well as mining development and income development or economic development of a region versus food security of the region through agriculture and other agricultural value chains, as well as conflicts that happen because of these large-scale land-based investments that happen from either foreign investments or from other investors that are coming in to mine, to invest in the minerals that they are drawing out. So it's also very interesting. I don't think there are many countries that have had the same level of success in the way that, and it should be commended and it should be highlighted elsewhere, across the continent, that this is what can be achieved. What I think is also important is that we also look at how we as a continent are taking on the framework of the Africa Mining Vision. The Africa Mining Vision was put together to ensure the sustainable and inclusive development of the mining sector, of the extractive sector in Africa. And I believe through the Minerals and Mining Act in Uganda, the country, the government has been able to put in place some of the important principles, important regulations, important policies that help us to ensure surface rights and mineral rights as well, and inclusivity as it arises. So I think it's important not only to look at it from that level of the African Mining Vision, but also what is happening on the ground. For example, is the institutional frameworks that are there now. It is good that there are associations that are rising up to be able to stand up for their own rights when it comes to their rights, when it comes to land. But also, it's also important to ensure that the institutions, government, private sector, and so on, also are able to apply the laws and adhere to how they are operating as a whole. The other aspect that I think is quite important is to look at financing and taxation and how that is coming back to the communities to ensure that we're able to develop the communities. And I see that from the Uganda experience and the experience that we have seen in Ghana, that this is also something that is needing to be developed a bit more so that the artisanal and small-scale mining sector can ensure benefit. The other aspect of that is environmental issues. Environmental regulations are important to look at and ensure that we are protecting the environment in the mining communities and ensure that we are living the reality of the rights that are given to communities, as well as to ensuring good natural resource governance. As Trust Africa, what we have done over the years is also to work with civil society organizations and small-scale mining communities and agricultural communities, in that way, to work on developing their information and their understanding of their mineral rights and their surface rights, so that they are able to advocate and to ensure that they get what is due to them. This is what we call this tool a civil society-led land governance monitoring tool, and that tool is supposed to help to gather information across a variety of pillars or themes that help to put together information, particularly where there are disputes around land rights, around mineral rights, as well as conflicts between different land uses. I'll just go through the pillars that are in that land governance tool, so that we have a better understanding of how we can utilize it to gather the information that we need to inform the policy propositions or recommendations that we are giving to government. The tool itself looks at a variety of areas. I can just go to the main areas. The tool looks at a number of areas, such as access to land and the security of tenure. What does the surface rights and mineral rights say about security of tenure? Is there an effective land administration system where, if we do have a dispute, we are able to go and address the issues that are arising? Are there legal and institutional frameworks that are governing the land? And are there legal instruments that also help us to regulate any investments that are coming in, and to ensure that those investments adhere to community beneficiation, and ensuring that the extractors also contribute to the development of the region, of the area. The other area is land and conflicts, as I said earlier. Conflicts between different land uses, as well as conflicts between extractors and the different types of investments that happen on the land. And then also are the ways that we can implement these regional and institutional arrangements. So in essence, the important part is that we should be able to gather the different aspects of surface rights to ensure that we're able to hold our governments accountable, as well as hold other partners that come into the area.
Thank you, Betule, for sharing those drivers that we need to put into consideration when we deal with these resources. I will give Emma. Emma is a miner, and if you have questions for Betule on these systems that she has laid out, the pillars that we need to consider when we are dealing with surface rights related issues, specifically in the mining sector, from your working space, please write down the questions and you will share at the end of the session. Emma, you have been with gold miners. Betule here is working with Sonia and Dad, and we are also working with you on how to improve your productivity as miners. But how have you been able to navigate issues around surface rights? We've not had any conflicts between gold miners and landowners. I know there are land associations. What synergies and relationships have been put in place to make sure that there is a win-win situation for both of you?
Thank you very much, Tony.
course, I've been mining for now 12 years. I think we so many years ago. One, the land system is very different based on where mining. And the profits come because of the land system. And I'm looking at whole central Uganda, that is owned by you. There are those who came in, they were the land owners, and then there are the title owners. Those are the titles. So in places where they find land, and they probably the government land, forest reserve, and minerals discovered one or the other, you might find the service of private owners being the ones who are making business, evaluating, planting, grazing, and then another bishop who had not time. And also there is also, in addition, in these times, another guest rises. So we had there is a toilet owner, there is a owner, and a table owner. Now, in our case, in Wales, is that the miners are the land owners. So we are not going to where the miners are the land owners. And I think first of Wales and Russia, most miners are the land owners. Now that is in the conflict, but I think the conflict is really there. There are people who have come now, they are put in the business. They come and convince the landowners of being mining with, and they put private organizations or associations. And they also come in as the same like space, they want that license. So you find this voice of the landowners association, when actually not the landowners that need mine, because in any case they're being mined. But someone else in their money, this place was miners. And our members, it must be very strong. I've seen this, I've been talking to the chairman of the operation, telling me the same. It's happening in Mayota, where there are associations of landowners who are also asking for the same space where there is an existing license. But of course, the ministry is there. A lot of the ministry at one point had also come to our space. And you find in the place in Southern Uganda where each land ownership, someone has each buyer, say of this room, and it's part of the organization. Another one has a portion like that up there. 50 by 50 is also the chairman or the budget owners. And it's going to go to parliament, or it's going to go to the ministry, and it starts, we need also to work on our land, special land. Now what are we doing? We have a position that at Tuma, whenever a miner comes, you get it is numbered. We are an organization, we have more than 3,000 people working in our place. So whatever we produce, we cut 20%. 20%, 10% is for management, 10% is divided into the landowner, the one with the title, and then the surface right of this one, the with Chibanja. So that's what we call it. So each one takes 5. Now, it's about educating people. Because it's not someone who can be able to one. Can I give you 10 million and then first to tell you, give you the 5% was sustainable. You earn at the end of the day, you earn at the end of production. So when you guys are put it, you have landowners, you have the other side, they have built houses, they have bought motorcycles. From their share, which share is permanent. So as you got in, you have the credit landowners. First, they used to lease out their power they share. But now they decided to get to form processing centers where they can also share on the production of proteins. Now, in places, actually, assembly job, places like Karamoja, where the land doesn't belong to anyone, but for the community.
must be the land person to go and, get those people. You must take time, you must get it to people. It takes enough time. Even in our areas, there must be delivery. But I think there must be finance, planning, financing, and then there must be a team of people who understand it. A team of owners, a team of negotiators, a team of politicians who are there, and a team of miners. Not to say such kind of committees and understand issues one by one. As you are going, when you are talking in 2015, 16, 17, talking about when you are about our dreams were looking at how can I buy a ball game, which is about now 20 million. Yeah. Our plans were for Jakama. Now we have reached a time where we also need more land. Now I'm looking for to set up a plant. You're setting up a plant of $500 million. You need about 10 acres of land. You need to plant for because your days, you need a waste dam, you need quotas for workers, you need to stockpile your workers, you expand your license, you need to see the shops for the annex. Now, this plan was to access our plan. So, in summary, understanding that when we share is very nice. You have a project, you are an owner, you have enough land, that's in the table, you share money to use. Yeah. Because we'll be doing this for some period of time. And then for those who feel like I cannot, then of course now when we are buying land. So we keep on buying those small pieces of land. But now time will come when the project stands and you, our friends from society, you say this for undercompensated, you are not giving enough money. And I know that 5 years ago, the cost was 2 million. So you are not going to be able to today at a 20 million because of the product. So there are many issues. You are being said at large, whenever they say, but we say regulation in the but when it comes to when you start looking at it, how much gold is inside here? How much tin is in here? This rock is very big for stone quarries. It should have been paid this much. Yeah. So the decision to both the buyer and the seller at the time when they get a transaction. What does that mean? Government, civil society, whatever they do, put these things into what you sensitize people, and then progressively the sector here, the people you see here as the artisanal miners, you might find the regulator or the people, you don't know but that is really with the investment. So yeah, that's what we need, we graduate from one level to another. So as the miners will be born, others will be born, but this is very important. The mining, the resources and the resources that are needed for the place, we are adding money, and by that we also get issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emma. Big round of applause. Chris, I think our work is cut out. You've had the revelation from Emma that AMIDST sensitized the communities where the gold miners are buying communal land cheaply. He has revealed that here. Thank you, Emma. You've now given us more work to go down and sensitize your people that when you share, you spend less. And when you share, you do not lose. I think that is one key element that has come out from Archidige's submission. And it seems to be the common thread, even from the presentation of Ruko Etia, that when there is that inclusivity and consideration that we are here sustainably, and one of the easiest ways is to reduce conflict. So one of the things that we sensitize communities about is to encourage them not to sell their land, but lease your land. Because when you lease your land, you live to negotiate another day. When you sell your land, you sell everything, and you have, whether it's a bad deal or it's a good deal, you can never reclaim that land. It's gone go forever. So you notice from the presentation shared by Rogonet, the two companies are Sunbelt, which is actually the company behind the production of tires. You know these tires that are produced in Uganda now by, what is the company? It's a common company in Kampala now, Goodwill. Goodwill is a subsidiary company of Sunbelt. So part of the resources, the tires you're using in your household, actually coming from this gentleman's community. But through these engagements and collaborations, they did not sell their land. They did not sell their land, but they leased their land for a given consideration, and there is room to negotiate every 5 years to renegotiate those terms, put inflation into consideration. Emma also talked about Vibanja owners, or what you would call legally equitable landowners versus legal title owners, sharing 5% proceeds from their revenues. I think that is a very good model that could be copied around. The gentleman from Ntuma Isinjiro, I think this is a good model that some of you whose land might be rich ET, and you'll be entering partnerships with some of these companies and need to be put into consideration. Because basically looking for land is not easy. One of the contributions from in the recap from Moroto was that the company has agreed to sign a long-term partnership with the community. And I think this is unprecedented in our country. It's unprecedented because they will be supplying 448,000 tons annually. And when you do the computation and cut off the costs of supplying that, you're looking at almost a net return of $2 million per year. You're looking at a net return of about $2 million going into the community. What does that mean? That we still have a lot of work to do with this community to support it, to absorb this much cash and not cause inflation in the community. One of the things we shared was about the 8 billion, if you watch the documentary, the 8 billion that was shared for the community. If you ask the chair, is that money still there?
In my presentation, I told you there has been food insecurity. So the food insecurity has been for I don't expect that in the beginning.
Thank you. So those are some of the challenges you have to address. Emma, as well, you raised that you know, when someone sells off their land cheaply and goes tomorrow, they will come and say, I was shortchanged, or given a bit of money compared to what you people are looking at getting. And I think that is the genesis of having this long-term sustainable plan of working together with the companies. And really, these are good cases that we should all embrace in our respective spaces. So I will leave the audience to interact now with the panelists. Please feel free to raise the questions. Those that have handwritten questions, you can forward them over. And those that have questions you'd like to ask any of the panelists, please raise up your hand and the mic will come to you. So I'll start with the gentleman there, the second table. And then you can give Butcher. The gentleman there, where is today? Yes, the lady in the front table will be the fourth question.
Thank you so much, Joel.
Make your questions brief, please.
Thank you so much. I want to start with the issue of empowerment. Trust that you say that you have very good practices. I benchmark for what we are promoting, because one of the things we have here is the issue of environmental accreditation, despite the provision in all those examples. So what do you advise us that we need to do to ensure that we stick to our own reports and assessments that we carry out? Because as I said earlier in the morning, someone said, don't think about environment. I think it was my friend. Don't think about environment when there is food insecurity. Already you have been told that in Karamoja, once climate change is swung into action, food insecurity is set into place, and now the money is nowhere to be seen. So that means that actually the two actually directly interconnected, that you degrade the environment, and that has a trickle-down effect when climate change comes into force. Then the money that you had in your hands actually becomes nothing. So that is something we need to look at. But also, the other issue that you talked about on compensation, instead of for us in civil society, we always make noise and say people have not been compensated. The compensation we talk about is not where you should change the people. You are taking advantage of the vulnerable people. We want adequate compensation. Because yes, as you say, that someone is saying, but that's not what we're looking for. We want to see that this person, the money you give him or her, should be able to put them in a better place. Not just giving them and then before you know, as I was told you in the life in Karamoja now, people are even worse off than they were before. And then I find that the $2 million that my friend talked about, that he talks about the community. Now, I want to understand, and I really this terms the chairman you need to share with us. Despite all that is happening in Karamoja, despite the good things that the companies there they are doing, how come the life of our people in Karamoja is what's in I said speaking over here, but the reality is that people do not actually realize. And for me, I think that sometimes, and that's why some of the MPs seem to have been misunderstood, when they're trying to say, at the end of the day, it's not just what is being promised, but what the people actually get is what we should talk about. So why is this that the companies report that actually people are being compensated, people are being promised these wonderful things, but in actual sense, they don't get them. And at the end of the day, they will actually have you to blame. They say, it is you who actually led us to these companies, and actually we need to get some of these successes. Lastly, the issue of climate change that I talked about in the first sentence, how do we ensure that, yes, as an electorate going to say that we need to coexist, have the surface rights, do the mining sector in a sustainable way, but also ensure that we also carry out mitigation measures on how we can fight climate change. Because it's very real. So what measures are you putting in place to ensure that the people are sensitized about the vagaries and the effects of climate change that are likely to affect their lives and their lives? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't mind addressing those questions too. The three of them. I'm particularly interested in that question of climate change because Karamoja, as the chairman will tell you, has not received rain in the last 5 years. So when we had a whole honorable minister calling Karamajons idiots, that those Ugandans who cannot feed themselves are idiots because we have abundant rain, then it was really an absurd day for people from areas such as the area that the chairman here comes from. So I will allow the panelists to respond, but let's first take all the other questions. The second was Kucha here. Okay, since he's there, please, and be brief.
My name is called Agnes Paul from Lucia. I have two concerns. The first concern goes to Madam concerning about the surface rights. In Uganda, the surface rights are considered customary and one acquiring land in Togo. While in Kenya, it is the government that stands in for surface right for the community purposes. How is it done in your country? That's how I want to know. And then my next question is, it goes to the policy members. I want to be guided as far as the leasing period is concerned. Because I experienced one in my community. Somebody came in my community and went into the community and he was trying to lease the land from the community members. But by the time he came, the negotiations had gone far. But the period offered by my community members was too long, a period of 49 years. So I need to be guided. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. I think we have started discussing real issues that are affecting our people. I am happy by the time we launched Yugas in Karamoja, Rupa was still in the formation. Little did I know that it would grow up at the level that it is so. When I was for Karamoja, he succeeded the man who was a very lucky man. He was a person but was strong. The model that is being applied in Europa, I want to get educated whether that model can work throughout Karamoja because they have similar problems. There is a challenge in Nakabat. Nakabat at some point became a no-go area. With all the experience that we have had with Europa, can we do something and formalize Nakabat and see everything happening? Because Nakabat is very rich, it has a lot of gold. I don't know what in other areas of the country, if it's so much participating in the program. The physical model wants sensitive region. Because sensitive region has special challenges in relation to land acquisition. Land was partitioned into square miles, square acres, and so on, and is transferable because those registered owners can transfer.
DGS is really good if you allow to do. It's
maybe I have the GSM representative stand.
Thank you very much.
This is the room, so you handle, but make sure the question is very direct, but also well quoted because it's not in the room. Having a colleague. So make sure that that question is sugar coated.
My colleagues is I'd like to reach to the panelists and ongoing program related. For the last 2 years, when they were not licensing, all the licenses, especially the location licenses in this country, expired. Now, the challenge we are having with success rate holders, especially those who had already interest in minerals, who were mining, who were turning people that were into mining, saw an opportunity to deny success rights to mineral right holders, especially at renewal. Given that now for all the mining leases, you are required to have success right on other things. I'll cite an example of Australia, particularly the ones of Tisima. I'll cite another one in Rwanda, of Iowa, myself in Mubende,